Would you say when you got enough money to go to the doctor when you're sick? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. What matters is whether you can afford to go to the doctor.
So what happens? What happens to those disenfranchised people? What happens to the people in rural and poor areas? What happens to the people who don't have the accessibility to healthcare, Benjamin? We've had this conversation before. Who are the ones who are the poorest? Who are the ones who are marginalized? Who are the ones who are not believed when they come into the hospital?
Yeah, Benjamin.
Who are the ones who have to make the comment where I have to hear a patient saying, I have to make sure that I come into the hospital looking proper, because otherwise the doctors aren't going to give me the proper care, that my hair is braided back, that like it doesn't look unruly, that I don't look a hot mess, so that at least I'm believed. What racial, ethnic, marginalized group might that be who gets ignored when they're having symptoms of a heart attack, more for women than for men, right?
I haven't spent time.
You don't know. And that's why we had more misinformation and disinformation in the Black and brown marginalized communities. That is why there is no trust in the system, and it was denying medication.
No, it's good.
Okay, good. So I don't have to go over it again, right? I don't have to go over how we withheld. That's right. That's part of the problem, Benjamin. That's what we call systemic. Right? That's when the ERs get overwhelmed the way they did in 2020, when we're playing literal puzzles to move patients around in beds who are dying next to each other because we just don't have the capacity. That's the problem. And that's what you're witnessing with these regressions. Okay,
During
I understand.
COVID, 2 groups of people that didn't go get the shot that I know of, right?
Uh-oh.
A, my Black friends. B, my all-white family.
How did those two make out?
Oh, they're still here.
That's a good question about it.
I can't with that tone.
I nailed it with two.
My mental image of Benjamin is more Herculean. It's just I'm imagining this Shakespearean trained actor with slick back hair and a smoking jacket, winding up, getting ready for his performance, and then he just, comes into this character we call Benjamin, and it's really impressive. And I love it.
It really is. It's like a master class. But class can inform you about like how hard, like life is, and race is going to tell you like how the hard really shows up, like in the real world. Like they're not the same kind of force. Race is the thing that's changing your odds before class even is like on the register, bro. It's like
some people got no class, all they got is race
at this moment. And race is more about like what you were allowed to have before you get the cheat. Like pick what you have. You know what I'm saying? Like, 2 families can earn the same income and live in similar neighborhoods and have similar education, and still they're going to face all the different mortgage rates with the redlining stuff, the home appraisals, the school
redlining
discipline. I mean, every year, like
mortgage rates.
Lecture in education, it's the Brown lecture, and it's the same topic almost every year. It's at the Reagan Center. Last couple of years, it's been virtual, and every year you get like a keynote educator come in and say the same kind of story to a bunch of people that probably need to hear it really well if you want to read the deep treatise on it, medical treatment, job callbacks, all that crap. Those differences, they're not just class. You can't just say they're class. They come from how people and all these institutions respond to race, right? And consciously or not. So race isn't just like some made up story. It is to me like a probability engine kind of thing. It's going to do the predicting of the risk even at the same class level. So class for everything, at the same income level, then why don't we see health outcomes matching up or arrest, rates matching up? And we don't. And that's what Michelle Alexander's book I'm always talking about, which I think you said you either know or have. Like, why doesn't housing stability match up? Why doesn't school discipline match up? Why would you see those things? They don't. So middle-class Black families, they can have less generational wealth than the poor white families, right? Like, how does that happen? How are you getting higher risk for downward mobility on all these kinds of things, right? Whatever it is you want to look at, whatever metric, with all the white families that have similar or lower income. So yeah, like class is going to be there telling you how much pressure you're under, but race is like, what happens with that pressure when it's like pointed right at you. You can't escape. So I don't know. It just seems like it's missing the big mark of the big problem with race when you doubly class and race.
I got a nice experiment. Let's turn Benjamin black, and I'm talking like Wesley Snipes black, but leave it
And Murphy dressed as the white
I
guy.
got makeup artists. We can make this happen.
Commentary after one.
But it seems that Kate wants to come up or wanted to come up and didn't receive an invite, so I sent her an invite as per the chat. Fleming, hey Fleming, what's up? You came in the middle of a conversation that's been going on for a bit, Fleming.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. What did you say?
I said you came in the middle of a conversation that's been going on for a little bit. I do suggest you sit and listen for a moment before
Basically,
you
mine was arm yourself, learn martial arts, get your house and family ready, and get ready for the Armageddon. That's basically what I was saying.
Listen, Pro is still in doom and gloom shape, so.
I am. I'm dead serious about it, though. I'm not kidding around. I will have exit plan, fight plan, all that stuff. I sound like the crazy doomers because I see the pattern is clear that to not be prepared for those kind of things, you're just burying your head in the sand right now. We have all the telltale signs and we're a couple years out. And I'm just saying, if things don't change, what the hell are you thinking is going to happen when we get near the end of this presidency, right? If something drastic doesn't happen. So that's the cliff notes. And then we spun off into the liberal progressives getting mad at each other, how they speak, which is what liberal and progressives always do, while conservatives bond between their race hatred of the other. And they galvanize so cleanly and concisely, and they come up with all their cool little Trumpisms and, lock her up and all their catchphrases that work for the mindless frickin', zombie Gestapo. Right? So there you go. There's the cliff notes.
You forgot how.
It's a bunch of teethless heathens.
Yeah, but
That's everything.
gosh, you act like you've never gone ice skating pro or played a hockey game.
Like, isn't it funny how the white people can beat the hell out of each other, but if two black people want to have a technical foul, they get fined like $35,000 in the NBA? Like, wonder why that is. Like, wonder why that doesn't apply in hockey.
I don't think there's fining in hockey. Where's the guy who knew hockey?
No, that's my point. That's my point.
That's
Like,
Canadian.
we bashed each other's head.
Andrew.
They're not scared. You're not supposed to be scared of the violent white people with sticks. You're supposed to be scared of the black people on a basketball court that stand there in the skivvies.
Why are you comparing and contrasting two sports that have completely different rules, bro? That is not apples and apples. That is apples and
Why
oranges.
do you think they have the rules that they do is my point. This is kind of the point I'm making to Benjamin about class and race, right? It's like, what do you think the structural integrity of the game is so different between the two, right? It's like, it's because the advertisers don't want to watch that kind of personnel and clientele thinking about, I can't associate my sport with a bunch of black savages beating each other over the head, right? Like, basketball is a high price ticket item that markets a certain image that they want to have, and they want to, they want to dress them up in suits and all that stuff. And, hockey's like the come as you are heathen, beat each other over the head, take it bloody, and the crowd's going, yeah, like gladiators. And,
I actually agree with Pro.
For once, you agree with bro.
Modern day slavery, where when Allen Iverson wore braids in the NBA, they had to tell him, like, you couldn't wear braids. You know what I'm saying? Black players are told to wear something, based on what the owners are saying. So I mean, I agree with them. When black players fight on the court, it's like, oh, they're thugs, they're this, they're that. But when the hockey players start going to fisticuffs, it's normal. So I actually agree with what Pro is saying.
Yeah, but that's because it was normal. I mean, hockey was basically invented in Canada by lumberjack people. I mean, the first puck was.
Is that really as far back as it goes, though?
Oh,
in
yeah.
Canada. Is that really as far?
I would trust the Canadian who's like, you know.
There was nobody there before them, right?
Oh, this is
not talking about that.
Dennis.
Our
That's
official sport is lacrosse, which is an indigenous game. So that's our official summer sport. Our official winter sport is hockey. But yeah, so there are fines in the NHL. But then again, that's a league, and it'll divvy it out as they see fit. Blah 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 blah. And as far as people beating on one another, you go back to the '60s and the '50s and watch hockey. Yeah, that's what you'll see. But that's not the way the game's played anymore. It has evolved, and many of them have their teeth. All of them. If you're smart and wear a mouth guard.
I may have to disagree with you on the teeth part, but that's okay. We can agree to disagree.
And the reason I brought up the indigenous was there's several different, I don't know which is true, but there's several different claims to First Nations inventing it.
Anytime you say Canada, you go back in the 1800s, you better be including the indigenous people. They weren't just sitting around doing nothing.
Oh, thank you for that, Dennis.
Yeah. Oh, I want to share it because I don't think a lot of people understand that, and I think it's important.
Nope, it was a good call.
Before I go, I have an anecdote, not to maybe take us 3 steps back, but the
Do it, Michael. Do it.
conversation that I think happened right as I was coming in the room in Pro, where you were kind of under the gun with what seemed to be some tacit accusations around some tone checking, tone policing, things like that. It reminded me of something that happened to me when I was in my prior job. So this is 2021, 2022, and it was the height of sort of corporate training on corporate sensitivity, DEI, things like that. And I'll never forget this moment of my colleagues with.
Oh no, Michael, you're great.
Oh, there you go. You're back, kind of, sort of, with the Matrix overtone. Give it like a second. Sounds like you're coming up for water. There you go.
Come for water. Okay. All right. Basically, in short, there was a, highly privileged 26-year-old white colleague of mine who I remember literally having an active conversation with a person of color, telling them why we needed to change all the marketing material to Latinx. And when this person was like, well, I don't think that, that's necessarily embraced or enjoyed by the people who you're, ascribing that to, I literally saw a knockdown, drag out fight of a white person telling somebody who is, not why you should use Latinx. And it was the most surreal thing I've ever seen. It was very surreal, and it was kind of getting at that deeper thing, I think, Pro, you were trying to say, which is there is that which is uncomfortable, but if we center on what makes us uncomfortable, and yet we frame it up as what is the other person. So the sort of artificial righteousness of white knight helping someone else, but really we're centering on ourselves.
Right.
That's where things really go awry. Because this person actually wanted to fight a battle around a purity test, not actually listen to the other person around how they wanted to be called or what this group wanted to be called. It was fascinating.
Yeah. Yeah. You said that far better than I did. Yeah.
And Pro, those outcomes you were talking
Anyway, I never forgot it. I thought it was a really important lesson for me. Like, I just try to center on that other person and, not that I'm trying to accommodate every possible thing at all times. That's impossible, but it helps me kind of avoid this issue of projection as much as possible.
Right. What were you saying, Benjamin?
No, it was me, Andrew.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You know, the things you were talking about in terms of the outcomes for the racialized population going into whatever systemic. So you have, you know, populations that are coming in from places in northern Quebec to get to hospital and are there and are ignored. You know, they're just ignored. It's ridiculous how this happens, but it does. It happens all the time. You know, they're just not taken as seriously as the person beside them.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And of course, you'll find our prison population is proportionally, if I went to court.
They have a lot. You have a different chance of being in court in the first place.
Exactly, because you know, my interaction with the police officer right off the bat is different.
Do you want to know what the data shows for women in court?
Canada, US.
US based. Sorry, I'm US based. I have a US lens. Often with regards to things, but for women in court, believe it or not, pretty privilege does not exist, especially when it comes to sexual assault cases. There are studies that have been done that the prettier a woman is perceived to be, the less likely she's going to be able to convince the jury of a sexual assault. Which is, I was going to curse, but I'm not going to curse, but I want to curse of how messed up that is.
That doesn't make any sense. That's like really counterintuitive.
Well, you can imagine why. I mean, you could imagine that she brought it on herself. She looked so hot. I can see why another guy would want her so bad. That kind of gross stuff.
That's.
She's just trying to tease those poor men.
Yeah, that's. Well, okay, we're not using that language. That is effed. How about that? Is that okay? Is that too far? Is effed too far?
Sounds good to me.
All right, cool.
I heard Aisha say it earlier. It's funny that people are reacting to that. I mean, it's true. I mean, I'll drive home with my son in the car, and I'm like, it's always weird, especially if it's a room that I have going on. And he'll be like, "Isn't that your thing?" He's like, "Why are people in your own room at a certain time?" You're just like, "Hey, man, just try to hold it down for an hour." But I didn't ask anybody that particular. But
I may or may not have just.
no, I heard you.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I violate my own rule then. So. But you know, it is weird, right? It is weird that like the easy ability that nobody of a certain age is listening when we're talking and we don't know who's on the other side of the speaker. I mean, we're all guilty of that, and it's like we're adults. We should be able to talk with adults, and like, you know, it's like kids in school, and you know, you'll hear the kids cursing, you won't hear the adults cursing, right? It's like the adults do their best, and of course the adults are cursing when they leave the building. But it's like they manage to keep it in check, and you manage to keep it in check in your place of work. And it's like, I can't wait to get to effing Clubhouse. Like, you vermin. Right? And it's like, but it's like, how responsible is it when you don't know if anybody's driving with anybody on it? But I don't know. People will call it tone police, and it's like, whatever. It's the room that I'm doing. It would be cool.
Family house.
Yeah, it'd be like
family friendly.
Yeah. Like, I try not to go in someone else's room and just try dropping F-bombs and S-bombs. It's like taking off your shoes when you go in the house, right? But people don't care. They don't even know the tone. They'll just come in the room and start. It's like, bro, like, take a second just to see what's going on. You know, just like check it out. I'm not saying people can't say what they want to say, but just consider it. You know, like consider who the audience might be.
Nursing in terms of like PR stuff actually makes like a person or a personality, a persona, whatever, actually more likable, unless it's like really hard cursing, if that makes any sense. Like, right. It somehow engenders trust in the person. Because it's like, hey, they're just like me. They drop an S here and there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Actually, you should check out probably your horror, the rate of people in women's prison who are there for murder of their boyfriends or their husbands.
I mean, they're accountable too, right? But like, I'm a full equal opportunity accountability person. I mean, you see the same thing.
Yeah, and what's the number one risk factor of death for a pregnant?
Abhorrent, absolutely. It's so abhorrent, and the partner is also most likely to leave her if she contracts a chronic illness, right? Like, you'll see cancer patients, women who have breast cancer or cancer later in life, the partner leaves them. They can't handle caring.
That's definitely a thing that happens to men to lower rate, right? But also
very much lower rate. It's definitely far more significant for females who have their male partners. I had something else I really wanted to mention. Oh yeah, no, for me it's also, I mean, and I also acknowledge the opposite as well. When you have a teacher, first off foremost, your teachers, especially in elementary, middle, and high school, are meant to be teaching your children, not hitting on them, right? So we do demonize men more than women who do this, and I feel like we should be demonizing the women who do this to the young boys as well. I think it's equally important. You send your children to school, you don't want them to be hit on, right? Like, you don't expect them to be like have a teacher who's sitting there grooming them, and et cetera and so forth. So, there's things like that too, where it's disproportionate. So, again, equal opportunity and standardization across the board would be lovely. Let me take a look at the article you put in the, lawyer was, the woman had tuned in virtually. When a person summons the courage to disclose their story, the worst possible outcome is to feel disbelieved. I mean, the majority of women who are victims of sexual assault definitely don't report it. 3/4 of persons don't report it, and it's specifically because of the way that you're torn apart on the stand every time. Lawyers know how to make it so that, as a woman, have you ever lied before? And everybody's lied. So, you just get that out there. You have a character defamation. You attack the character of the woman. You degrade the character of the woman. And then you end up showing that, hey, it's a very difficult place to be. Are there women who lie? Yes. We saw that in the Duke lacrosse case. But, and that woman actually went on, the woman who accused so this is what these hockey players here in the U.S., the Duke lacrosse case had to do with lacrosse players, right, at Duke University. It incited race. It incited a lot of heat across the country. It became a really, really big story. There were multiple confounding factors that aided in allowing a woman who lied, who obviously lied, who was proven to be lying about what happened because of literal physical restrictions in the space and what she accounted for. And these things, when you get that scientific factual information, it turns out after the boys were found innocent, and then you find out that the DA had conflict, so he wanted to get reelected, and there was a lot of money coming in from this place, that place, but everybody jumped on it and made assumptions and jumped to conclusions. The woman who made the allegations in the first place went on to actually murder her next boyfriend. Yeah, there are those cases. They're few and far between, but there are still those cases where these things happen. And I remember just going through that case, and if you watch anything, you can watch the 30 Under 30 about it, because that video goes across every single failing in that case. I read the article. I mean, we have these instances happen often in sport as well. That's why Safe Sport was brought up, and Safe Sport was founded after Larry Nassar and the gymnastics team, the national gymnastics team. And it shouldn't have to take a national gymnastics team to bring attention to the abuse in sport. It's actually normally, initially it was created for the youth involved, athletes under 18. But now there's provisions for the adults as soon as you get into college, because there's not enough recourse for student athletes at all, and it's a higher risk space for student athletes and children who are athletes to be in a power differential between the coach and the students, or a trainer, or a physical therapist, or whomever else might be working with the team. And yes, that increases as you get up to the national level. So yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot, especially routed in sport. Miss Nancy, are you only an adult at 21 years over in the Netherlands, or is it like 18 and up? So here in the US, adults are defined as 18 and up. I just saw your thing in the chat. Not sure if you're still there.
Mm-hmm.
Are you sleeping? What? No, she's sleeping.
No, I just wake up and then I go, no, I'm just sitting here and reading and not reading. And sometimes I go, oh, 30? Why 30? Caitlin said something about 30. 30 years and not younger, but I said,
Presentation was around sexual assault.
Mm.
There are men who would when it comes to women and accountability, there are men who would also need to acknowledge that many of their virginity stories, or just generally like their sexual experiences as teenagers with older women, were wrong than actually assault. Because I know a lot of men who lost their virginities between the ages of 13 and 17 to women in their 20s and 30s.
Oh, okay. Thank you for explaining that.
Yeah, I mean it's still assault. It's still not right. So
Minors still cannot give consent.
precisely.
Crazy concept. Really hard to understand for some people.
Oh my gosh.
Talk to them about it, and then they're like, oh, but it was a good time. I enjoyed myself. I liked it. There was nothing wrong with it. And then you just got to let it be, because you don't want to be traumatizing them about their virginity story. You know?
Well, I think if it ain't broke, certain things. But again, that is the societal standard. That is how society views it, right?
For voting and driving purposes, there are more standardized ages, but the ages.
I'm not surprised. Let me guess. Are they all red?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Wow, so surprised. Oh my god.
Right? Some places it's 18, 17, 16. I've seen as low as 14. I don't remember exactly what state that was, but I think it was more than one. And then there were a bunch of states recently who were proposing to lower the age, which is well, if we can't make the Epstein files go away, I guess we'll have to make it legal, which is a really fucking dark thought.
I mean, I think
and reality.
Someone came up earlier and said, started bringing up the other, there's just so much to be angry about.
Yeah, the line between being well informed and out of your mind.
Yeah, and I do encourage people to definitely take a break, touch some grass, go outside, get some air if you can. If it's clean air, get a run in, hit a boxing bag, do something. And I should be taking my own advice, but I've been curled up in bed for half the day, so.
Do you want to talk about the biochemistry of physical exertion?
Of physical
That's
exertion.
the way, girl.
Maybe if I didn't feel so awful. The injuries, the injuries are acting up. They're hurting right now. I definitely really hate not being at 100%. But that's all right. That's life, right? So you can only yeah, it's life, and it's just unfortunate. I don't believe it or not, even though I am a vaccine advocate, I'm not a big fan on taking medication that is unnecessary. So one of the, okay, you want to talk about biochem? One of the responses in the body is specific to pain. You don't want to be masking your pain all the time, especially as athletes and as competitive athletes. And you tend to mask pain, like, you pop ibuprofen like candy,
Pushing it past the limit might cause permanent problems.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Definitely can. And you want to be able to start to learn your body well enough. So oftentimes, especially with running, I teach people, and, I learned myself how to make sure that I could hear my breathing. I knew where my footsteps were. I could feel, you have an innate sense of feeling someone behind you, especially if you're racing. So there's a lot of parts, like moving parts, that affect these things. And so when you mask the pain, right? The pain in your body is telling you something. Now, unless your pain nociceptors are overactive, right? Like they're just constantly activated. You have some kind of autoimmune disease, or you have fibromyalgia, or you have like a pain issue or a pain sensitivity issue. The pain in your body is telling you that something's wrong. You don't want to not have the ability to feel pain, although there are people who are born that way. You want very much to be able to know where the pain in your body is, so you know when to stop, right? A lot of people will push through with some injuries. Like I remember I had a tight IT band at one point, and my hip flexors were off, and I'd get through like 7.5 miles, and I'd be like, I have 8 on the schedule. I'm just going to push through for this last half mile, which is probably the worst thing that I could do, because I could feel my hip getting tighter and tighter and tighter. And what you want to do at that point is you want to stop. Like I should have just walked my ass home at that point. And then I had to miss cross country nationals. I had to be 3 months in PT at that point, because I was overdoing it on the right side of my body it's not an injury per se, but it is like, an imbalance. It's an imbalance, and at that point the only thing you can do is do strength training and make sure that you're doing all of your core work. And I got a lot of massage and PT, and that's when I got my first PT sponsor, et cetera, and so forth. But the reality of the situation is that it's there to tell you something. And once you start to learn your own body, and you are the only person who's going to know your own body well enough to advocate for yourself, especially with physicians who hopefully are listening to you, because I have definitely encountered the ones who don't listen, who don't understand that there's something wrong. They want to focus on dumb things like, but you're so underweight, who cares? I'm healthy. Like let's move on to the actual injury, right? Because people, and if I'm overweight for myself, then I'm like, hey, listen, I'm gaining weight that I don't normally gain. I will never gain this weight. Like there's a problem here. Something is wrong. And then they'll dismiss it. You look fine. You're not, blah, blah, blah. Like, you know your body. Whichever end of the spectrum you are, like, you know your body. You gotta learn about it.
But you said you don't listen
it's
to
probably
yourself.
the worst thing.
That's what you said. So
Yeah, so you know your body. Like, you have to learn it, and that's probably the best advice I can give medically for anyone, is that you know your body, learn your body, learn the differences about it, learn what happens. If I know one of my injuries from college was it's a peroneal tendon injury. I know when it acts up and it starts to tighten up that I take the next day on cross training. I can race the next day if I tape it up, but I'd rather not. And if I tape it for 2 days, I can get back to running within 2 days. Like, it's not a problem, but you have to let the inflammation rest. You have to let it die down. You can't, and everybody has to learn this about their bodies. Whether or not you're an athlete, everybody has to learn this part about their bodies. Do you get really tired after a big night out? Are you in heels the whole time? Are you causing yourself that pain? Is it getting worse as you age? Absolutely. These things definitely get worse as you age.
And you have to ask, do you rest? And
I eat too much.
Burn your food.
I eat too much. Trust me on that one. I'm always eating too much. It's different from the pain that I normally feel, which means that I ran a note out to my practitioners in my chart, and I said, hey, something's off, something's not right. I need to evaluate. So I'll get it evaluated, because the inflammation shouldn't stay this long, right? The pain shouldn't be in my body this long. So little things. So it's just kind of like
injury.
Huh?
Depending on is it an injury or?
Oh, it's definitely injury related. All of it's injury related. So
that's gonna vary based on the injury, right? Severity.
Yep.
location.
Yeah. Yep. You got it. You got it. And I work in industry, so it's like you're kind of like learning, and clinically you're learning in school and all this stuff. So it's nice to have like this broad-based ability. But rough is once you get the education for it, then all of a sudden you know all the things it could possibly be. And then every once in a while you're like, oh boy, like WebMD when it first came out and everybody started Googling their symptoms, and then you show up to the physician's office and they're like, hey, listen, this is what it is.
Medical references.
Oh.
Aid or.
I have, no, I mean, here in the US, and this is just because I know that we have all sorts of people here, the electronic medical record that's used in the majority of places that I've been is called MyChart.
Oh, MyChart.
Which is good.
Let me rephrase that question then. So there's like a physician's desk reference, right? That was the original.
Oh, the PDR.
Original
Yeah.
Dr. Google, right?
Right,
But
right.
now there's also up to date. There's another one, something about citations. I can look at my notes if it's important, which is the medical AIs, quote unquote. Like, do you have access to any of them?
I hate AI so much. I'm just, as a scientist, I'm not a fan of AI.
Well, yeah. I mean, here I am dressed up as Microsoft, so I'm no fan either.
Oh, no. He said Microsoft. He said Microsoft.
I wanted to tell you earlier, that's a fantastic PDR, dude. It's so good.
I don't take much of it. I take it when I absolutely have to and need to. I'm not the person who just pops the ibuprofen like candy. Can't do that. But I think I took 2 doses today. It might be 3. That is the most I do. Also, for anyone who does take naproxen and isn't allergic to NSAIDs, there's also a topical cream if you're hurting in just a specific area that's normally recommended, Voltaren, which in the US is now over the counter, believe it or not. You can get it in prescription and you can get it over the counter. Originally, it was prescription only a few years ago. It was probably one of the best.
What did you say, Voltron?
I know, right? It sounds like Voltron. No, I'll put it in the chat. It's called Voltaren. Hold on.
Voltaren for the pain, and it was causing me GI issues. You know what I found that was actually lower reactivity and higher effectiveness and greater longevity. Cannabis.
Oh yeah, no. I mean, THC is known to be a proven pain reliever, and for some people, it's better than opioids, which of course, we should be encouraging when it comes to pain relief. AI in healthcare for cancer screening. So we actually went off on this. I see Kate asked that. I had a nice big argument with someone about this because the reality is, I'll put my PTR back up, because of AI in screenings. You don't want to have to pay. It's a money grab. Okay, so what it is it causes more false positives because of artifacts and the imaging. So hold on, let me see if I can. I got to set that up with my profile picture. So there it goes again, right? And one of the arguments was, oh, it's so great, you can get a full scale MRI, you can get all this imaging done. And the problem with healthy people and majority healthy people getting full scale MRIs and things is that you have artifacts, you have random things that will show up that are non-causative for anything, and then you end up having more invasive testing for something that never existed in the first place.
What's the error rate for humans and then AI, if you know? I don't have any numbers.
I don't have that data off the top of my head. I started to look at it, and then I think the conversation shifted.
Yeah, we were talking about mammograms, remember?
We were talking about mammograms.
And I asked you, is there not another way?
Oh, yeah, remember that?
IO said the MRI.
And the MRI machine. And so that's a completely different... It's just different. It's a different method. Like, the reason that mammograms are done the way they are is that you have to assess not only the density of the breast tissue, but you have to be able to image what you can, and then go subsequently with an ultrasound possibly. An MRI is also possible as well. But again, it's all based on your practitioner. It's all based on your physician. It's all based on your whomever you're going to.
Your insurance also.
And the insurance, of course, is always a problem, right? Like, how many patients come in? Does my insurance cover this? Just the other day, insurance was charging I want to say $150 for, something the patient needed. And the reality was on Amazon, you could purchase the exact same thing for 30. So this here in the U.S. is absolutely a part of the problem. If insurance isn't covering it, people are hesitating to get the care that they need. And I mean, I've dealt with this within my own family for decades. If insurance doesn't cover it, I'm not getting it. Hi, you need this medication. Like, I don't know what to tell you. And that's when you see people who are portioning out their insulin because it's such and I could get it.
So what did you need?
I mean, God bless. Like, I hope it goes through.
Yes.
Right? Like, nobody should have to go without their insulin and risk their lives for it, right? But yeah, no. I mean, AI, but asking AI and medical or privacy or agency for informed, so you do have the informed consent, right? Because it's in your paperwork, right? Like there is informed consent. You have to go
if you can understand it.
Yes, if you can understand it, you have to go through the HIPAA privacy notices every time you go to a physician's office or to an imaging center. The first thing they're going to give you is a notice of privacy practices and your HIPAA, right? When all that gets leaked, then that's always a problem. I mean, there are outages all the time.
Hospitals have not been getting hit as badly as universities since this calendar year. But there's still lots of time.
Yeah, 23andMe is kind of painful. It's interesting though, right? Like, so one of my friends
about that.
I feel like that's a Dr. Copeland acknowledgement. But also, I mean, one of my friends who's a neuroscientist with me at the university, he's a postdoc, and he literally messaged me today with like his genome because he had his genome sequenced, and I was like, which company? I was like, which company did you use? He's like, this is where I made a video of where my blue eyes are exactly located on my genome, and it's such a fun video, and I'm like, I love this. It was so fun, but also it's such nerdy, huh?
You got a link to that somewhere?
No, he didn't make it public or anything. He just was sharing because and as a scientist, like that's a secret.
Yeah, that's the nerd shit.
It's the nerd shit. I'm all about it. And I was like, oh my god, I love this so much. And he highlighted it in blue, and he's like, this is what makes all the ladies go crazy. And I was just like, LOL. No. But the fact is, and I was like, oh wait, hold on, which company did you use? And it's an even more comprehensive, more inclusive company that tests for over 20,000 genes that are implicated in breast cancer versus under 100 that normally something like 23andMe would test for, right? Whether or not that's all necessary, again, sometimes over information is a problem. But there's a lot of other things. Now, I'm not a geneticist. Still neuroscientist, cell biologist, stem cell biologist.
Just like neuroscientist and cell biologist.
Yeah, in biology could most likely teach every single basics course that needs to be taught. And then it's, when you get into the specializations and 400 level, graduate level and above, then it requires your specialization. This is where Benjamin flips out. But regardless, you end up, I was kind of looking through it today, and it's a bit expensive, but it's also gosh darn it, I've wanted to do that for a while. And if I could trust this biotech company, if I could trust the physician that actually founded it and stuff, and I do my research about it, I'll share information at this point that I don't want to say it's pointless to try to protect yourself. It isn't pointless. I think that there's just a significant amount that's already every single clinic, every single hospital that you work at, every single place you rotate through, you have to do a completely new onboarding. And it's really frustrating. It's really annoying. And today I spent half the day dealing with multiple people on email chains trying to be like, does she have access to this yet? She needs access to this in order to be able to work. And this, and then it's it started with 3 people that were on the email, then suddenly IT's on the email, and then 9 more people, and you're just like, dude, just fix the goddamn problem.
It's like all she needs is login
Then
credit.
they're like, you have to go into work and all. You have to actually go to the hospital site to do it. Like, no, thank you. Like, no, thank you. I can access it.
You crazy.
I can access this from home. I will punch in and punch out from home in the middle of the night if I have to. But yeah, no, pain sucks. I definitely didn't want to move from anywhere today. I wanted to get a lot more done today.
You don't recommend pain?
I don't recommend having to live with pain.
Negative 10 out of 10.
Negative 10 out of 10.
So there was this pain scale that I learned about recently where the scale was, I think the max on the scale was like under 200, and it was designed more with a chronic pain type of patient in mind. There was a
100? I don't know that yet.
No, it was over 100. So like the normal, you walk into the whoever's room, and there's like the 0 to 10 pain scale, right? Like where would you place childbirth on 0 to 10?
Oh, I cannot attest to any of that personally. So sorry. I'm very careful.
Over.
There we go. As Nancy says, 20 or 30. There you go. 20 or 30 out of 10.
But the point is that over 10 at minimum, right? So it illustrates that the 0 to 10 scale doesn't really cover the realistic entire range of pain. And so as a result, they rescaled the pain scale, and they put childbirth at somewhere near 100. And then like the above 100 to, I think the max on it was like 185 or something like that. I don't remember what the top of the scale was, but like fibromyalgia was over 100. It was greater than childbirth.
Sure. I mean, I don't know if it would be. I don't know. I can't personally make that a thing.
Some say it's nothing, and some say it's really painful.
Of course.
So that depends too.
Yeah, but I mean, every body is different, right? So.
But sure, I believe that it's over 100. Oh yeah.
I would, when I learned that, I've had accidents and then had to go to like pain management, persons, post surgery, post whatever, and that's a difficult place to be. And there are things that you can get. So one thing that's helped me as an athlete has definitely been PRP. Platelet-rich plasma injections. Those are 50-50 according to.
I thought PRP was like superficial only. I didn't think it went.
It's joints.
Is it injectable?
It's injectable. So what you do is you separate. You have a blood draw, and then you separate into the platelet-rich plasma, which is a clear yellowish kind of fluid.
Sure, I've heard about it for like facial rejuvenation and hair shit. I just didn't know it was injectable.
Oh yeah, no, it's injectable. I don't believe it's used topically, but I could be wrong. Real interest in obesity medicine, lifestyle medicine, and GLP-1s, right? In addition to emergency medicine, it's fascinating once you start like going through different clinics and stuff. Like, who knows what surgeons know what. So like one of the things about a GLP-1 like Ozempic or Zepbound or Wegovy or any of these things that people are on, and first and foremost, I think they're miracle drugs. I believe everybody should have access to them. I think that they're absolutely insane in their power to be able to reduce your A1C and your sugar counts, and help treat chronic illness and insulin resistance. In addition to the weight loss, the weight comes off, and then people.
We'll see where the dust settles on.
It's not preliminary anymore. This has been over 4 decades worth of work. The GLP-1s have been around for a long, long time. They just surged in popularity after their secondary trait of weight loss ended up becoming, a little bit more well-known and solidified, right? So when it became more commercialized, to be able to use them for weight loss for, commercial purpose, what's the word I'm looking for? Superficial purposes and things like that.
Lifestyle medicine.
Yeah, I mean, it is really a part of lifestyle medicine. Now, take a patient who's 400 pounds, 300 pounds, has never been able to get rid of the weight in their life, has food noise, has the inability to regulate their eating. You know, people say, oh, all you need is willpower. But the reality is that their brain and their feedback mechanisms are completely different. Everything is hormonally regulated, and there's a kink in the hormone regulation, right?
So
There's something.
Calling it addiction, would that be unfair characterization?
The hormone regulation, like feedback loop mechanism, it's an aberration in the mechanism somewhere, right? Like either you aren't getting enough of the hormone, or you're getting too much of the hormone, or you don't have enough receptors of the hormone, or you don't have enough activation of the receptors for the hormones, or you don't have a proper feedback loop to your brain that allows.
Something in the process is broken somewhere.
Yeah, something in the process is broken.
It's not a matter of taking diet or something, huh?
Yeah, no, I mean, you can, and there are people who will have this willpower, but in this case, it's also regulated by hormones.
Yeah.
And
Biochemistry.
it's the biochemistry of the matter, right? So what you hear from people often, I mean, Oprah just started GLP-1s, right? And she realized that people live this way without thinking about food all the time, because it's a reality for those who don't have that feedback mechanism, or that, inhibition, or, whatever correlation there is. It's a reality to think about food all the time. What am I going to eat? What am I going to eat next week? What am I going to eat when I go out with my friends? Like, I'm hungry now. Like, what's going on? There's something wrong with your satiety levels. There's something wrong with your hunger and appetite, messaging that your brain is receiving. And therefore, you need to regulate that. And what GLP-1s do is they help the regulation, and different ones have different mechanisms of action to do it, but they're all basically similar in that they allow this noise, this what's called food noise, to calm down. And suddenly a patient is thinking clearly. They're not worried about their next meal. They're not worried about having to eat because they're satiated. And once you combine that alongside, the first line of quote unquote defense is always, lifestyle and diet, right? Like, exercise more and eat less, or eat better quality foods, or increase, satiety, like high nutritional value foods, et cetera, and so forth. But that doesn't work for everybody. So when you acknowledge that there's a possibility that there's a hormone regulation feedback loop, misinformation situation, then you end up having the ability to lose the weight, because it will come off much easier, because it is basically, and there are a lot of more factors to this, but a caloric, reduction in intake, that's going to do wonders immediately. It will do wonders. And so, now these patients are going from 400 pounds, suddenly they're able to start walking and they're enjoying themselves. And suddenly they're able to take part in exercise programs that they were never able to do before, because it was just too painful to do so.
Yeah, and a lot of things change in their mind too. It's a mindset.
Yeah. And then you believe you can do it. Mm-hmm. Then you start to believe you can do it. And maybe it's slow going, but suddenly, oh my gosh, something that I was never able to do, something that I was never able to access, I can suddenly walk. I can walk for more than a mile at a time. I can go up and down on a step, or I can do, these jumps now that my body was never able to handle the pressure of. I'm able to go and walk up a hill and not feel winded afterwards, right? All of these other concurrent issues, the hypertension, the hyperlipidemia, the diabetes, and the majority of people who have diabetes have type 2 diabetes, which is adult onset, right? Which is partially impacted by insulin resistance, right? These things start to heal. And once they start to heal, patients feel better. And once they feel better, they increase their quality of life. It's not a cheat.
But actually, there is a therapy, I guess, for it to guide these people who have it becomes a mental issue. Because you cannot think of things.
I think definitely, behavioral therapy should be,
Yeah, I think
also in place, because suddenly, and then of course there's the society's role that ends up being like, wow, you look great, and these are people who have struggled with what their external image potentially has been their entire lives. It's hard if you don't place your value and your basis internally, rather than externally.
Good guidance is also important in this whole route where they go through.
Of course. And I think, again, like I said, I think it should be available to everyone. I think that it was so cost prohibitive at first right? It was $2,000 a syringe, and that syringe lasted you 3 weeks, or if you really stretched it. And you're going to need that therapy. Now, one of the hard things is that most people will be on them for life because the instant they stop, the weight will come back. Unless you've truly
And there's no
committed to
therapy
lifestyle
for
changes.
And did they get that guidance through the whole process? Did they go
You would
to
hope
full
so.
back?
You would hope so. I mean, it's
Yeah.
hard enough to have a physician
Mm.
who's well versed. So one of the things that I know, like I saw, and this is one of the problems, and this is one of the things that if you go to the ER in the United States, and I've personally lived through this, and I've also, witnessed it, and I do my part when, wherever I'm like working or placed, I always do my part to make sure that a patient's note and their charting is accurate as I can make it. And one of the things is, a patient came in and somehow it was attributed that they had a GLP-1. But it was also a patient who came in who actually needed emergency surgery. Like I don't want to say emergency, urgent surgery, right? Like it could wait a little bit, but they definitely needed surgery and it needed to be done sooner or later. And one of the complications of being on something like Ozempic or tirzepatide or Zepbound or Wegovy or any of the GLP-1 agonists is the fact that you cannot be on it prior to surgery. It will complicate the surgical procedure. It interacts with, I want to say that it interacts with the anesthesia, but I can't remember off the top of my head. I'm certain I can look it up. But you have to be off. You have to be off your meds for like a good week so that it gets out of your system.
And Metrotide is the funniest word.
You can aspirate. Ash, you can aspirate.
Well, I mean, I think you can aspirate in any surgery. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's specific to GLP-1s though. Like, is there like an
My
increased
sister,
rate?
yeah, that's what I know that's what they had said, that if they have to incubate,
Intubate.
they could aspirate from the incubation. So medical professional, I just know what they told me.
I know. I just found it so funny that we were talking about something that you do for like eggs for chickens to hatch.
So it's not incubate, what's it called?
It's with a T. It's with a T.
Visits me all the time. I get my words mixed up.
It's with a T.
Oh,
like a tube.
My mom.
Yeah, it's the tube. It's the tube that they have to stick down the airway. Yes, you're right.
Yeah. Intubate.
The cause of many poor takes during the pandemic.
In incubate, you still stick things in other things, but it's not a tube down an airway.
It's not a tube down an airway or a little chicken's throat. A little chickadee. So, anyways, I'm a fan. I see what good it does. And the side effects are harder for some people than others, but also it can be eased by changing which GLP-1 you're on, right? So, it also can be eased. It's also the microdosing. It's also the fact that people do not take in enough fiber. They don't take in enough multivitamins. If you add fiber to your diet and you're unable, so one of the reasons that it works so well is that your digestion is slowed, which makes you feel fuller for longer, which allows you to not eat as much and remain in a calorie deficit, right?
Would that also not cause potentially like a higher?
Right. It'll help ease along what's going on in your digestive tract. So the GI tract will push it along. So the peristalsis, the movement that contribute to hemorrhoids, there's a lot of GI issues that occur. I mean, that's exactly where the mechanism of action is taking place for a majority of what's happening.
The part that fucks with me is that, and tell me if this is true, when you leave, when you're not taking it anymore, those suppressant effects aren't present, so there's a risk of gaining weight back and
Right.
going back to old behaviors.
Right. And so that's why the behavior therapy is so important, right? Like changing your mindset about food is so important. Learning what foods are better for you is so important. And I mean, even like physician, it's funny because one of the best obesity doctors that I know, he always says, I still have patients who are physicians. We all know better. We all know exactly why the things we're doing are or are not working. But sometimes you just need an external hand to help you, move forward in the proper direction. Right? Like, that's just how it works.
Keep it under control. Go to your doctor regularly, so you won't fall back.
It's just we're gonna see. We'll see more data come in. Hopefully sooner than later. We already have a 40 to 50% obesity rate here in America. It's absolutely ridiculous. It should never be this high. And that's just contributory factually to a bunch of problems, and more
Isn't that the highest rate amongst nations?
Yeah, we are not so good at being
We're number one.
We're not so good at being healthy. And that's a problem. And MAHA is not a health advocacy group at all. And don't let me get on the soapbox, Dennis, okay?
Don't get started.
No, I'm just speaking about one thing that I truly appreciate, and I think is underappreciated because of the stigma that society has placed upon it. Oh, you need a drug to help you? Oh my God, you failed. No, nobody's a fucking failure. Sorry, I cursed, I know. Bro's not here, so his kid can't be listening. No. No. It's better for me, and then I can keep my professional head on better. But also, it's just so problematic at that point, it causes harm. So, I am changing the last of my curtains to, what is it, when you can't see through them, the blackout ones. So, people can't peep Tom into my house anymore.
Trying to get to the Aisha cave.
A little bit. I like natural light a lot, and I get a bit of it in here, but I don't get enough of it. I feel like there's never enough natural light.
Why did you choose blackout curtains over mirror tints?
Not my place. I rent. Also, I just needed the easiest way of doing this. So, a bunch of men came over, did some manual labor.
Did some men things.
Did some men things. Some manual labor, because I don't feel like breaking a nail, because that's part of my job.
These things are insured. I can't risk them.
Do you know that it's really difficult to insure your body parts, especially as a model? It's really difficult.
Legs were insured by Lloyd's of fucking London.
And expensive. Depends what you do.
And it's insanely expensive. Yeah. It's like, I make good money with my hands, legs, feet, the whole thing, but I do not make that kind of money. Where it's like thousands and thousands of dollars for the year just to insure them.
Do the hand models have a union? Because I think you could kind of right.
We do not. Actors have the union. We have the SAG-AFTRA union. We do have the Model Alliance, which is actually super helpful. So I've known the founder of Model Alliance for a long time. It's an advocacy group for assigned agency models, and it started in New York, and now obviously any model signed around the world could technically join. But my agency, I'd be like, wait, what do you mean you need all these tear sheets and stuff? Really? Oh, that's awful. It's awful because they're hard to get, right? Yeah, rough times.
With the AI hand models in a way.
Oh God, they're awful. I can tell within an instant that that's not a real hand and that's a garbage image, and it's no hand model in their right mind would ever be seen. And no hand model that actually knows what they're doing would ever pose like that. Blah blah blah. It's very.
You know what really gives it away though? The 6th digit.
Of course, every time. But everything's gonna refine more, and it's kind of frustrating because we have higher rates than an editorial in the middle of Vogue, right? It just takes away our money. It just takes away our money.
How many hand models are there in the U.S. or globally? It doesn't have to be citable. You can just estimate.
My agency, I would say there are about 20 of us that regularly work, maybe.
That's a hand model agency?
Yeah, that's like parts agencies, right? So there's a few of them across the country.
Okay.
Actually, I haven't heard from them.
Less than a dozen?
Yeah. Less than a dozen, absolutely. Like I think
So
there's
what's the
maybe
scale?
three. I think there's maybe three that are worth signing to in the entire country.
Well, I'm trying to get a total sample size. So.
Well, I mean, there are other agencies. So my fashion editorial agency, right, like the one that you do runways through and all that stuff, like they have a hand model, like they have a parts modeling division, right? But it's usually like we are all signed to the top three agents. There are different hand models as there are different models, right? Like you have like high fashion editorial hand models, which are the long, skinny, long fingers and, you know, skinny ass, like freaking long legged feet and legs that you see in all those advertisements for high end companies like couture companies like Bottega Veneta and, you know, Tiffany's and all that stuff. So then, you know, those are the types of hands and legs that they want to have for that, right? Because they're high end editorials. Then you have like the regular quote unquote hand models, the ones that are like holding the items, like maybe an iPhone, right? Or
electronics,
with like working with like a kitchen thing, like you can handle. And it's fascinating because somebody had made a comment about, it's so funny, the GLP-1 agonists, right, like the Ozempics and stuff, they came out in pill form, and the first company to acquire the pill form was Serena Williams's husband's company, healthcare company, RO. And so they used an AI freaking hand model on that, number one, definitely AI, and it was chubbier, so it was a larger bodied hand specifically. And people are like, ew, why are these like ugly hands being used? And I'm like, I can explain this because I am a hand model and I can tell you what it is. This is like a regular lifestyle hand, number one. Number two, definitely AI, but I didn't mention that part. The nail beds are shorter. So for editorial and high fashion, you have really, really, really long nail beds. For anything that's like a regular something that's being marketed to like the majority of a population, then you use a larger bodied hand and shorter nail beds. And those are considered lifestyle hands. And so you would fit, yeah, I know, y'all really want to know this, right? So you would fit into one or the other. So when it comes to medications, right, Row is indicated for larger bodies. Row is indicated for diabetics who also have swelling in their hands. And if you gain weight, you gain weight in your fingers too, right? Like that's one of the things that a lot of people, after they lose a significant amount of weight, they're like, I didn't know my toes and my fingers looked like that kind of thing, right? Like you lose weight everywhere. So those are the reasons that you would use a larger bodied hand in that specific advertisement. Like, does that make sense? If you have a medication that's indicated for obese people, you're not going to use a skinny bitch. Yeah, sorry.
You're trying to show the before or the after.
Well, you're showing the patient that it's mainly marketed to, right? So like, there's a lot of like, I remember I was posting about a specific, you know, casting that came across my feed, and I'm like, my agents are trying to submit me for this plus size casting thing, right? And mainly, part of it was because it was a medication that was specific, you know, for obese people. But then there's also medications that you get cast for in ads that they cannot be used with people who are obese, morbidly obese, class 3 obesity, whatever term you need to use, larger body, et cetera, and so forth, that makes people happy. But the reality is that those medications are contraindicated for obesity because it would kill, like it would harm an obese person versus a person in a smaller body. Like that's just what it is. There was what was the medication? I'm trying to remember. I mean, this was a long time ago before I went back into medicine. And I remember posting, and they're like, why can't the obese people be considered for this? And I'm like, because it would kill an obese person to take it. Like, it's literally contraindicated. If you take this medication and you're like, it's like birth control, okay? The one thing that larger body people were not told was that certain birth controls don't work as well. They're simply just not as effective. And that is directly due to the larger fat percentage.
Like the dosage too low, you mean?
And at the dosages that are normally prescribed, right? Because it doesn't dissolve, it doesn't have the same mechanism of action in that specific quantity and concentration. And you have patients that come in and they're like, why wouldn't I be told this? and then you end up getting yelled at because, you know, you're trying to say something that's like factually correct. And it's very frustrating when I hear something like that because I'm like, oh my gosh, this is terrible because you deserve to know whether or not there's a possibility that this might not work in the same manner.
And you get pregnant.
And then you get pregnant.
And
you know, maybe the patient didn't want to be pregnant. Maybe the birth control is being used to modify and moderate, you know, pain from periods. Maybe the birth control is being used first because it's not indicated for that group of people. It's not indicated for that population. You know, and it's kind of hard too because it contributes to stigmas as well. You know, when you have HIV medication and it's being marketed towards a certain group of people, that stigmatizes a group of people.
Contraindicated is.
Huh?
Tell me people what contraindicated is because I've used that.
It's not meant for those people, right? So contraindicated means that there's an adverse effect. There is a negative effect for that medication to be used for that population.
Counterindicated, like this is a bad.
Contra, CONTRA. Against. Contra means against. Indicated means, you know, attributed to, indicated for. You know, like if it's a hypertensive patient, right? If you have like hypertension, which is high blood pressure, you know, there are medications that you can't take at the same time, right? So if you're on certain cardiac medication, you can't take Viagra. It's contraindicated. Does that help?
Is CPR indicated for cardiac arrest? It is indicated.
There you go.
Is CPR indicated for pregnancy? Contraindicated.
Yeah. No, it is. You've got to just be higher on the rib cage. You can still give CPR to a pregnant person. But you can't.
Yeah, but I mean, just for being pregnant.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's like, is drinking, like, you know, not even drinking, but like it's meant for pharmacology, right? Like it's meant for medications more so than it is for like procedures too. I guess.
Medical interventions.
Yes, medical interventions. So there you go.
Contraindicated.
Indicated or not indicated for the specific population or the specific affliction. Why can't I find the other blackout curtain? I just took another Naprosyn, so well, I think I'll go to bed.
La. She's gonna go to bed.
Yep, I think I'll go to bed soon, but I'm okay. I'm still running around because I know I opened an entire box of the curtains and I kind of want to put this other one on and I took this guy off.
How long does it take you once you get into bed to actually fall asleep?
Oh,
You sound so like awake right now.
Oh, I'm totally awake right now because I'm walking around. No, I'll pass out. I'm debating, do I do my modules first and then pass out and then I have to get up and get ready. My shift is at 7 tomorrow, I think. I forget.
You do your modules and pass out.
I think that's a good idea. I think I'll do that. You guys can come along for the ride if you want. No, I can't be I can't be blaring out confidential hospital shit. That'd be so funny. Who wants to hit the modules with me?
Well,
Every single one, you redo the same crap that you already know. It's so annoying.
I know they make you sign an NDA, but like I imagine you can actually find those modules online. Like,
I would be. I mean, if you do, then you're going to find half of, like, I don't want to say half, but you'll find all the medical things that I've been, like, modeling for. That'd be really funny. It's only supposed to be for internal use. So, like, they have, like, images of me, like, slamming, like, insulin or epinephrine into my leg. Like, there's, like, videos of me doing that. Yeah. They'll give you this fake injector pen, and, you know, they're like, here, can you come in? You know, like, they'll have the manicurist on set, and, you know, you'll get your nails done and like the whole thing, and then your legs have to be all ready for it, and you're like sitting there, and then they'll have a fake leg for you. So, you know,
A fake leg,
It's
right?
a fake leg because then they have like a different viewpoint. Like this was so funny. I remember doing my first medical like shoot, and then they'll have a different viewpoint, and you'll slam the like injector into that leg. And part of booking that kind of work also is your skin tone, right? So my skin tone is pretty fair in general, and it's just like kind of almost medium. It's almost medium, so it can go darker or it can go lighter. So the lighting that they use, depending on which market they're using it for, you know. So where is this ad gonna run? You know, I did an ad for Turkey one time, and I remember being like, "Oh, this is funny." Like, "Oh, this is funny." Okay. There's so many reasons why they choose who they choose, but they've also darkened the crap out of me to the point that I'm like nearly chocolate.
And black woman?
You should have seen those makeup artists. Like, actually, it was a black woman who was the makeup artist, and she's sitting there like slamming on like tons of makeup so that my skin is so dark, and I'm like, oh my god.
And then it's green eyes popping out. Wow.
Well, I mean, and then it's funny because, you know, like there's like I'm like, if you saw the palms of my hands and the rest of me, it's like I can't find these curtains. Like, where did they go? Like, what did I do with them?
You have a salad, put it there. You put it in the fridge by accident because you're talking to us.
Probably, right? Absent-minded.
Yeah.
God forbid. How was the rest of your day, Miss Nancy? You were kind of quiet most of the day. That we weren't.
Yeah, it was
about
weird.
Benjamin.
I had to things to do outdoors, so I was listening with my headphones on.
Oh, nice. Were you gardening today?
Oh no, bad weather. Unfortunately not.
Oh, what's in your garden?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Frozen?
I don't know.
I have a feeling I know what's in her garden.
I flower everything. No. And then in the spring, and then all those colored flowers come out, and oh, it's so nice to sit in it.
AJ, how are you feeling today?
I'm good. I'm laying in bed, listening, getting ready for snoozy time. Snoozy time. Yeah.
I should go to. It's 5 o'clock here.
5 o'clock in the morning?
Yeah, but I shift my days. I get up at 2 or 3. That's the same time as you get up.
Oh.
That's like 7 or 9. I mean, the whole world around me is. And they get up in a few hours, and then I go to sleep.
So wait, so you're at the
2 o'clock, so 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the afternoon, then I get up. And then if I get my hours of sleep, I don't mind. As soon as I get stay up this late and then I don't get that sleep, yeah, then it will, my body will reject it, will protest, so to say.
Yeah, I have to get my sleep. I don't sleep. It's like the worst day ever for me.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I need.
And how long can you sleep?
I sleep like 10 hours.
Anyway, or something.
I do. I sleep a lot. Every time I tell somebody, they're like, oh, okay.
You probably need to rest.
Yeah, I love dreaming. It's 8 for me, and I have really awesome dreams and very detailed ones. Like, and I can actually go back to like wake up from a dream and go back to the same dream.
Oh wow!
So yeah, so for me, it's like a whole other world when I'm sleeping, and it's just so cool.
You're like lucid dreaming then.
Yeah, exactly.
It's so vivid.
I do that sometimes. I'll wake up and then I'll go back to bed, and then I'll be in the same dream.
Yeah, as long as it's not longer than 10 minutes.
Yeah, I've built like houses and towns and people and like Inception almost. It's so cool. And I go back to the same places, and it's what the only thing that I have is when I'm stressed out about something. Then I'll have like, someone's chasing me dreams, or I didn't finish something I was supposed to do, or I have to pack and I don't have the right stuff, and those kind of dreams. Yeah. That's like when I'm stressed. I'll get those. I'm not enough fan about those type of dreams. But other than that,
Have you tried lucid dreaming?
Yeah, I started lucid dreaming about 10 years ago. Yeah, I did
I can't induce it. I don't know. It's happened to me like 2 or 3 times. It's crazy though. You can tell your dreams. What?
Yeah. What technique did you use? Did you use your hand technique?
I didn't use any technique. I just went to bed and like weird shit happened.
So one of the techniques, and the one that worked for me, is telling others, but so you look at your hand before you go to bed and you say, when I see my hand, I know I'm dreaming. So when you start to dream, like drift off
I
and
don't
stuff.
want to wake up from those dreams, so that's the problem.
Well, it's more like in control. It's more like I'm aware that I'm dreaming. Like, have you ever had a dream in a dream?
Yep.
So it's similar to, yeah, it's similar to like a dream in a dream. However, because you're that, so I kind of, in my mind, I'm slightly aware, but I'm still in REM sleep, that this is a dream. And then from that, I can basically move, like go do what I want to do. And be like, all right, well, let's start flying. That'd be cool. I'm just like,
I cannot hold anything. I drop everything. And they hand me something over. I feel it, and it feels so heavy, and it trips over. It doesn't matter what it is. I cannot hold it. Anything. It's so strange. And the feeling is so strange because I know that I'm dreaming, so I know, and somebody gives me something that's like very real. So I take it over, and as soon as I have it in my hand, I feel the heaviness, and I try to hold on, and I just can't. And it just falls, and I try it again, but it doesn't work. That's what I have in my dreams when I pick something up, or mostly if somebody gives me something. Can you hold this? Of course, but I can't. Of course, it's like dropping it right away.
it's very interesting because well, you know that when we dream, we are in a state of paralysis, and
Yeah.
I may be wrong about that, but what I'm understanding is that our bodies kind of, go into this paralysis state. And and I wonder if that has something to do with the fact that you're unable to, not move, but your body doesn't have that function that it needs to.
But normally in your dreams you can do anything. I cannot run. When I run, my legs are like I'm in sand, running in sand. It won't move, but I move it, but it's so heavy. So those are the two things I cannot. It's like running and holding something.
Oh, that's cool. That's like,
And you don't have that?
No, I don't know. I don't have. I think everybody has their own like thing. Like mine are more like but actually mine are like in a hotel or something, and the walls are falling into the ocean.
Yeah.
That's like a recurring. Yeah, like I'm just like I can't like there's nothing I can do about it because it's just I'm in this hotel room and it's just down with the ship. That's like
Yes. Oh, you cannot stop it or something.
right. I can't stop it.
But you have that whole feeling goes with you.
Right, it does. That's why I need the 10 hours, because if I wake up from a dream like that, I need to go back to sleep and reset myself, my better dream, because I don't want to wake up with that dream.
I wake up and I'm glad that I woke up, and I go like, oh, luckily I didn't drop anything.
Maybe that's our working.
I definitely get to a point in dreaming where whether or not like it's been a couple of days, like I don't remember my dreams recently at all. It's when they're like really bad, or if like someone's done me dirty in my dreams, then I'll remember them.
Do they feel back up in your dream, or is it
like no? It's like you know how they joke all the time in all those little relationship reels, like you cheated on me in my dream.
Man, you got mad at your boyfriend because he cheated.
You get mad at the man.
But I didn't do it. Yes, you did.
Yes, you did. Don't you know what you did? And then I remember, oh my gosh, I would have these dreams, and I would always like be like, dude, you threw this party, and there were all these other girls there, and you refused to acknowledge me, and this was terrible. you know, last one was all like, oh, well, you know, it was only a dream. You know what happens in dreams aren't real. And I was like, no, you did this. This is so wrong. I would be like, you absolutely did this. And he'd be like, you need to just go back to bed. And I'd be like, no, you need to like rectify the situation. Why is this happening? And then eventually I'd get, I'm sorry I did that to you.
Yeah. You wear it down.
Oh my God. No, he would throw all these parties and there would be all these women. And I'd be like, I'm sorry, excuse me, what just happened here? Why are you like with these two all night? I guess they look very cute. That's fine, but that's not, no. Every single time, it's always him throwing a party at his place. Like, I'd be like, your apartment was filled. And, you know, it's New York, so, yeah.
It's horrible. Oh my God.
I would wake up, I would just.
I would make such a bad movie. Like, oh, you did this.
Smack him awake. Like, what is wrong with you?
He just opened his eyes in the morning. Good morning, love. No, don't call me love. Don't love me now.
It's funny. The funniest dream I had actually recently was I had a dream that and this is, I swear this is a dream. So I'm on Clubhouse having a conversation with Benjamin.
No, you dreamed about Benjamin?
Arguing about Judaism. It was in my dream. That was
What did Benjamin say?
Wait, is it because you
having
fell
this, like,
asleep with the
argument about
group
what
going?
Judaism is. And it was like it seeped into my, because we actually did have that conversation, and it seeped into my dream, the same scenario, and I'm like, I can't get rid of it.
Could you change it?
Yeah, it was a short one because the conversation didn't go long. But then, you know, when I woke up from it, I was just like, did I have my dream about that? So yeah.
And then Benjamin,
Yeah, but I was
One
winning
time,
the argument.
with all of this going on in the background, I think I felt like I was at like a Benjamin dinner party. I can't remember what the dream was.
you were at a Benjamin.
He creeped into your
Did
dream
party.
too.
Well, yeah, if you fall asleep and everybody's talking in your ear, it can happen. So it fed into the dream.
Wait, I think it was at that dinner party too. Wait a minute.
Yeah, right? Me too.
You were all there at the table.
Hi, Marshall. Hi, Caleb. Pro returns.
Hey guys, hey bro.
Hey, hi.
I was at a poker game. I had to play poker. Now I'm back.
Did you win?
I won a couple of.
Some poker playing instead of hanging out on Clubhouse.
It's good. It's like a local dudes I know, and like we play for a few hours. It's like nothing.
And you ripped them off.
No, actually, I'm not leaving with the most. Actually, nope.
Wow. How high is your stake?
We buy in for 100. You can buy in anytime, whenever, if you bust out. But my goal is always to have one buy-in, play the 3-4 hours. If I make money, great. If not, fine.
Yeah.
And it's the cost of entertainment, you know. So like,
Yeah, that's right.
yeah,
Oh, I love it.
tripled up for the night. I'm pretty happy.
Benjamin and Asha was at the dinner. What
We were
Benjamin?
sharing our dreams from. Apparently, I think Benjamin showed up. Pro might have been there.
In your real dreams?
In real dreams, when I fall asleep every once in a while, and the space ends up going on.
Yeah, and they both dream about Benjamin.
He creeps
You know,
up.
Benjamin's a dreamy kind of guy.
I just want to make sure, say that I don't dream of Benjamin.
I was not talking to you, dude. I was talking to
That would be a little creepy.
In my dreams. What if I dream about Benjamin, but I never remember? So that's like crazy.
And you dream it every day and you don't know.
That's right.
As soon as you wake up, you gotta write it down. It's fresh in mind.
That's right. There you go.
You don't want to write that down. Not here. So we all just make conversation.
The health.
Oh yeah, that too.
He
That's
doesn't,
good.
he doesn't want to be here. He doesn't want to be here. Like, exactly. It was exact perfect timing. He was like, oh, did she stop talking about healthcare? Okay, I'm going to come back in now.
Hey,
I heard you talking about running and stuff, and I was like, that's my chance to go.
I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that.
Are you a runner?
I didn't have to pretend. I didn't hear it.
I said I'm going to pretend that I didn't hear that.
Oh, I heard it. Just saying, I didn't have to use my imagination. I just completely didn't hear.
Here's my thing about running.
I'm with you.
So you can run faster.
Outrun bears. Right, so you can outrun bears and nonsense. I get it.
So you can outrun the bear. That's not going to happen. It's okay.
Very sure.
I was a sprinter in high school. I just can't go longer than, a couple hundred meters. I'm all done.
You run with your mouth. I mean it in a good way, man. Come on.
So you have no endurance. is
Mouth
what
runs
you're
faster
saying.
than your legs.
Couple hundred meters and leave you in the back.
Yes, his
and then
mouth
just carry
goes-
on with the job.
Yep, that's okay. AJ and I, we know what you're saying. You have no endurance. It's all right.
That's
No.
Yeah.
You know what I mean, Asha.
Miss Nancy knows what we mean. Yeah.
I mean, I could go a slow 5 miles.
Yeah, but you don't rap that slow.
I rap slow.
You ever get a slow
You
jam?
rap slow. When did you rap
slow
slow?
jam the dudes?
Slow jam
The
the
new song that I don't know
Remember
yet.
they had Barack Obama slow jam the dudes?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the best.
Slow Japanese, yeah. It doesn't matter that you cannot run, bro. As long as you keep the mouth running, it's good. Me. Oh shit.
Are we reverting back to 12-year-olds at this point? We'll put Crow in the hot seat.
I fully expected to hear all that.
Not, or do you?
No, I did.
You didn't?
I did.
Are we together, bro? Oh my goodness.
Oh my, oh my.
Mm-hmm. But apparently, we still entertain different people in the room. Oh, and they're all welcome to stay, but nobody comes on stage.
You know what? I forgot completely to do my laundry and wash my scrapes.
Uh-oh.
F me.
Now what? You have a dryer?
No, I have it all.
Like, did you
Yeah,
say
it's
that? I
fine.
only see it on TV. Did you really say that? Yeah.
No.
They stick it in this machine and the old scrubs and new scrubs come out. And it's television.
No. It's totally true. It's totally true.
Yeah.
Like that, okay, yeah, that happens. Yeah, that's totally true. Don't sweat it. You're not wrong. That's if you work in the OR. So if you are part of the OR team, if you're like part of any part of the OR team, then you go through the scrub machine because you have like so at one of the other hospital systems that I'm at, if you go and you're in the OR and you're assigned in the OR for the day, then you have to go into the locker room first and change out your clothes, and you have to pick up from the scrub machine. And you put those scrubs on, and those are the scrubs that you wear for your shift. And when you get out, then you change back into your clothes and you throw the old scrubs into the machine to be sanitized, disinfected, and used the next day. Yeah. Everything is, That's what the surgical techs do.
Yeah.
So there's, and if you're if you hear about a nurse who's like one of the OR nurses, like that's not taught in nursing school. It's actually like a separate training that has to be done after you get your license.
Yeah, put it on the right place.
And PAs learn 3 years worth of timing, and they work under the physicians or next to the physicians, and so that's the physician assistants here in the U.S. And then they can specialize into any unit, but they can switch out of their units and go to another one because they've been trained in all of them.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Because I know that the one who has to clean it get the full training too. And then also because they have to put it in those, on that tablet or whatever it is that they put it on, it has to be in a certain order. Because the next day when you have a surgeon operate somebody, then it must not lay like a fork, a knife, and a spoon, like that. It has to be in a certain order. Otherwise, when you just put it there, it would be a mess for the surgery. For the one who's doing the surgery.
Scalpel, please.
Yeah, and then you take a fork.
Yeah, you're right. Surgeon, like each surgeon has a different way that they like their trays arranged and things like that. Absolutely.
Yeah, trays. Yeah, okay.
One of my favorite, the guy who was dating the girl, the other guy, the young guy doesn't like, came from the hospital and he's wearing scrubs, and the young guy refers to it as his nurse's outfit, and he's like, "These are." That's just
Fucking great movie.
what a great. Yes, it is the best. Like the best.
Oh,
I think it might be the best movie ever. Great. Partly because that's Bill Murray. So like, I don't think the greatest movie ever can't have Bill Murray.
Oh, Bill Murray is great.
Part of it.
Caddyshack is hilarious. That's one of my favorite movies.
Some of those older Bill Murray movies don't exactly age well, but the movies that come in later in his career are pretty brilliant.
Yeah.
And it's not a Bill Murray movie. It's a Wes Anderson movie. That's kind of key. And Olivia, what's her name? Olivia Williams. She's awesome.
Did you see the most recent? And actually, Bill Murray was in it. They were going on a trip to see the hole, the crater hole that the asteroid.
Oh, it was the asteroid. I love Wes Anderson.
I can't hear you. We can't hear you.
He's getting out of the car, I guess.
So what are we trying to figure out?
The movie
I was just
Asteroid.
walking down the street, actually.
Okay. So what do you think of that asteroid?
I like the really weird color palette. It's just visually, and that was I think it was some kind of like nod to Technicolor or something, but I just I liked it. I like that weird pacing, and I love Bill Murray. I love Wes Anderson has like these go-to actors. I love all that shit. But whatever. What the hell? I just came back in the room. Why am I talking?
Yeah, we talked the whole time.
I just finished dinner and I drank a bunch of wine. And I'm walking around my block.
So you can't talk. That's the thing. But you cannot think and talk.
I can think or I can talk. I cannot think and talk. That's a good. Where'd Caleb go?
Get it?
I wanted to talk to Caleb about.
Oh, I was like talking and putting unmute. LOL. You wanted to talk to
Caleb,
Caleb?
but he's gone.
Who knows? Some people will come back.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, apparently there's been an anti-feminism room all day
Where?
here on this thing.
An anti-feminism room.
Oh, really?
I forget. Okay, research purposes has, do women ask for too much? And then we have the Trump crisis and when he doesn't leave. That's our title. The gas station. I don't even know what any of this stuff is. I don't get it. Like, literally, it's funny because like next to none of the rooms, I like being in RPO if I'm not here, and then and Ten's room, and like that's about it. I don't have any. I just went downstairs to put the laundry and didn't bring the laundry down. Lord help me.
You see, you can do it.
It's already 11:30. I should have been sleeping. The problem is I took a nap.
Dangers of feminism.
These are the dangers of feminism. You forget how to do laundry. You can't do the laundry for the man. All the men, they are not getting.
If I can only admit how many loads of laundry I put in and took out just today. This was cleaning day. Holy shit.
Oh, you should tell us next time so that I'm more inspired to do my laundry and not forget scrubs are dirty. I would have appreciated it. This is all your fault, Kito.
Oh, are they?
Oh, are they?
Oh my god, I've been waiting my whole life to say that. Okay, that was good.
I gave you that opportunity, That was great. I don't want to dry my jeans. Last time they shrunk. These are my favorite jeans.
When I washed them, my jeans, they are too short for like, I'm sorry, they're too tight, like way too tight, and I'm like, what kind of fat ass? And then for like 10 minutes, and then they're like, they fit great for like an hour, and then they're like way too fucking loose, and they're falling off like it happens.
I'm sure your wife appreciates it when they fall off your bum like that. Sometimes that's a pretty picture. No? Not at all? Okay, I was trying to be positive.
It's nice. I would like to think that's true, but
It's nice.
you know, I only have one pair of jeans at a time. Is that weird? Like, I was thinking about buying a new pair of jeans, and I'm like, wait, these aren't quite done yet. And
it doesn't have to be
I
done.
can have more than one pair of jeans.
If it still works, I get another pair, so the other one will work longer. You know? I just change, and then I can keep it.
I don't have an aspiration for men.
No, I don't know. I'm not the person. I have too many clothes.
Here's the thing: when a pair of jeans are like dialed in and they're comfortable, those are the only pair I want. Until they rip or something stupid, and then I'm like, okay, that other pair.
Yeah. Then you start over again.
You don't have to do, and then a week later, I'm like, these are my favorite jeans ever.
Yeah, do it for 2 at a time, same time. Hey, Miguel.
Hey, Sam. Hey, Miguel. Yeah, my ex literally lived in this one pair of jeans, and all he would ever say is like, I've had these jeans since college. And he was like in his 40s, and he was like just so proud of the fact that I've had these jeans since college. I still fit into these. And it's like, okay.
I'm not good.
We talk about jeans and 3 men come on stage. That's really ridiculous.
That's me. I wonder why.
Peculiar.
I didn't tell anybody that I was wearing my favorite jeans for my trip this week.
What I learned in our earlier room was that methyl blue was the original dye for jeans.
Methylene blue.
Methylene blue. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. That was originally like the Levi. That was the original blue dye.
Attributed to metabolic syndromes and
Levi.
alleviating
I remember.
mitochondrial DNA.
Oh, yeah.
No, but you can trust me because I'm a nurse.
Yeah. It's okay.
Actually, you're right. I think
we had Levi's too, and everybody was wearing it.
From what I went.
Oh, it is, Miguel. It is. I was being
Indigo
sarcastic.
blue. That was weird. I don't know, but
It's not doing anything for you. Please don't take methylene blue.
Wait. The comment might have been more based on jeans.
yeah, it was on the jeans. It wasn't on the drug. It was the original. I went to something, I don't know how, but it had the history of Levi jeans, and they used indigo blue.
Indigo blue.
Yeah,
Is
indigo.
there just not another word for?
It's a tincture. It's natural indigo. We use natural indigo. Not
that sounds. You know what? That sounds expensive. I bet methylene blue is a cheap substitute. I'm making up history on the go here, but you know, why not?
But you're saying it with such confidence that
Yeah, no,
you
that's
shouldn't
no
doubt it.
He's
drunk.
I'm not. Buzz at best. Come on.
You sound weird.
I feel weird.
Yeah, you sound weird too. You sound how you feel. It's funny though. It's funny.
I feel good actually, but it does. I do feel weird. I feel a little weird.
That's good. Why not?
I see Saturn low on the western sky, and I see Orion to my left, and Jupiter's in the air, and it's a
On
beautiful.
the left is there.
On the
North,
well,
south.
because you could guess from what
I
I
wish
said.
it was on the
on my-
south
that I am
side to
walking
see the
west.
constellation.
It's a lovely night.
It was, yeah.
The stars in the sky are very bright. If
Yeah.
Caleb was here, he would recognize that as a fish reference. But he's not here. Caleb's the
On a
only
bright
other
day,
person
all night
on
like this, I
app
can take a picture of
who's
the
a
Orion very clear.
self-professed fish fan. But,
Take a picture of Harry.
okay. Of what?
Of the Orion, you can see it clear. Because
Orion,
that was
yeah,
the best
yeah.
time
Oh,
to take.
can you? That's nice, because I
Yeah.
can't go outside here. It's too cold.
Okay.
I have the
I
Orion.
miss looking at the sky like that.
Orion for me should be more west now.
I don't,
Is he taking picture?
I don't understand how I acquire so many dishes like all the time.
Hmm?
I don't know. It's one person. How do I have so many dishes all day?
Oh, don't speak about dishes. When I do my dishes, it's like I have the whole family here. But it's not. It's only me and my 4 bitches.
Those bitches.
And they eat. My goodness. No, they're very sweet.
Chickies. Sorry. Okay. Hey, Alex. Welcome back.
Who?
Wait, did you just say?
Yeah.
I said 3 bitches.
That's what Miss Nancy said. And then
I said 3,
I don't
not
know.
4.
Okay, okay.
I thought you said 4.
I'll give you that. That's a little less aggressive. But still, you said 3. You're a cat.
Yeah, mine includes my 3 ladies. I can say lady. I can say rebels. Sometimes I say
Oh, it's all
bitches.
good. It's all good. It confused me a little. But
When they're listening to each other, I call them bitches.
I can be a homer for my 2 bitches, and I will definitely be talking about my dogs and not my wife and daughter. 100%. I would never make that mistake.
My.
But I also would never say that. That's a weird word.
No, it's a funny word because it's like a cute word when you know what they do. When they hiss at each other and they look at me like that, man, they're really like our 2 bitches who's hissing.
Yeah, cats are more
That's
bitchy
it.
than dogs. Like, what's up with that? Like, why do?
They are bitching to each other. You know, like women do.
You said it, not me.
You thought it. No. I just said.
I have to say, I'm trying to take some photos of Orion, and it's not.
Yeah, did it work? Did it work out?
Let me try again.
I think that it works.
I'm a little.
Do you have an iPhone?
I do,
Yeah.
and a brand new one.
Oh yeah, then it will. You know what you can do that works better with me? Do as if you take a live photo. Put that option on. Then what it does is it's adjusting, right? But then you go in the photo and you press on that you want to change it, and then it says live. You press on live. Then it's like a little movie, and then you swipe it from left to right and see what's the best outcome. And that is what you choose as the front image, and then you have the best of the whole thing. If it doesn't work instantly, like one picture frame. But this is like he's taking a few frames, and then you can choose the best of it. So like live photo. And then you can change, because otherwise you have one image and that's it. And if you use the live version, the live option, then you have like several options to choose from. Huh? What?
I think he just didn't have.
Yeah, if he has an iPhone, the latest iPhone, but it already been on the phone. I mean, what kind of phone you have is from iPhone 12 and up, or sooner. I'm not sure. But live pictures is always there. I'm not sure. But you can change it. So take the best of it from the shots that he took. So he takes a frame.
I would like to recommend that if you ever go to a small, tiny, local-owned shop and they create a pumpkin chocolate chip bread, you must get the pumpkin chocolate chip bread because it is probably one of the best things I've had in a long time.
Yeah, you told about it a few days ago.
I know, but I'm telling you about it again. I'm telling you about it again because it's really that good.
Yeah. Oh,
Should I send you a recipe if I find it?
Yeah, do.
Are you there? Can
Hi, Miguel.
Can I ask you a
Go
question?
ahead.
Can I ask you a question? Yeah, dude, I wasn't looking. Sorry, my brain's kind of.
You're okay.
You're a biologist and microbiologist. Oh, yeah, you're a researcher in biology. And today I'm taking a pharmacology class. They mentioned monoclonal antibodies, right, as part of biosimilars, right? And then she mentioned that she like the teacher was like, she thinks that's going to be the thing that cures cancer. What's your thoughts on that?
No, monoclonal antibodies were one of the first line defense, like one of the first line biologics that were used to treat COVID infections early in the pandemic. Yeah, it's a biologic that treats COVID infections earlier in the pandemic, right? So before we had vaccines, we had monoclonal antibodies. So what they did was they were able to help alleviate the symptoms of COVID-19, right? They are functional and they work because they're targeting a specific antibody that is on the antigen presenting surface of the virus, right? Does that make sense?
Right. But
okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong. They can make monoclonal antibodies for like anything, like for cancer.
Yeah. So what's more appropriate? And I mean, I'm sure you're a professor and I'm going to have some words about this. But what's more appropriate is something like CAR T cell therapy, or the mRNA technology and the basis for mRNA technology and the platform that's used in order to specifically target anything that has an antibody presence. Does that make sense? An antigen presenting presence. Does that make sense?
I'm not. Yeah.
It's specificity oriented, right?
Right.
So yes, the monoclonals are good, but the vaccine was better. And we have antivirals and retrovirals, right? So, So with like things like Paxlovid or any type of a flu retroviral, like why is the name eluding me right now? It's such an obvious antiviral too. Everybody has it.
What?
The retroviral for a flu infection. The one that everybody like my brain is having a little bit of a new fract right now.
No, you're doing your laundry at the same time.
Well, I put that in. I did. Thanks, Nancy. Apparently, I can't do my laundry and think of
So is this something like remdesivir or something worth like that?
No, that's part of that was part of the therapy. Remdesivir was one of the monoclonal antibody therapies. Regeneron was another, but that was monoclonal.
Antiviral.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking of like a specific one that everybody uses, for flu. and it's prescribed all the time, and it's literally
like that.
Tamiflu. Thank you. I was like, I could like see the word in my head, but not see it. I appreciate that. Thank you. Wow, that was bad.
It was not bad.
No, but it was bad that I couldn't remember it.
No, not at all. You do a lot of things today already.
Wow. Miguel, how is that? Did you end up getting the flashcard set that I used for pharmacology? Is it helpful? Isn't it? Like, I thought it was really helpful.
Yeah,
I
the cool thing is it breaks it down to cardiovascular, nervous, musculoskeletal, drugs and stuff. And right now, I can pull different drugs that I'm going to use for my class. We don't learn every drug. We learn the most ones that we're going to use as nurses. And then build from there. But I'm in my first week, and she just mentioned monoclonal, and she's like, here's like on a side note, take it from Drew. I think that monoclonal cancer therapy is gonna be what cures cancer. Eventually, once we get it right. And since she's just a nurse instructor, and she's not up to 100% speed. I asked you because that's what you're in the business of. Like you're the cutting edge of research. So I was asking if monoclonal rings a bell, and what's your thoughts?
Monoclonals are good. They're a good first-base therapy when you don't have anything else. I don't feel in any mechanism of action that monoclonals would be what's going to break down cancer and cure it. I don't feel that way. I think that actual gene therapy would be what actually cures, cancer. We have preventative therapies, right? Like, so the HPV vaccine, the Gardasil vaccine that prevents human papillomavirus, that is it's not a cancer therapy, but it's a prevention because it prevents anal, oral, throat, vaginal, cervical, anal, I already mentioned anal, cancer for anyone who's actually sexually active, right? Like, so the majority of people who are sexually active are infected with HPV, about 75% of people. And prior to the studies, longitudinal studies that have now shown that anybody who got the HPV vaccine has a 0 indication rate of cancer for cervical cancer, right? So there's proof that it prevents cancer.
I like that you led and ended with anal. That was,
I know. Yeah.
I know.
Right, like
the gutter. The gutter.
Just go for it. I just read a headline. This would be a fun headline to talk about before we read the article. That Machado presented Trump with her Nobel Peace Prize. We should discuss this before we read the article.
I saw that notification pop up earlier, but we were in the middle of the Brown case.
Brown, white,
Yellow, green, blue, purple, brown.
Hero, I think that was unfortunate, and the fact that Trump took it, a good leader would have said, you know what, thank you very much, but I can't accept it because I was given to you. But no, that cocksucker decides he wants to take it.
He wants to pretend that he's worthy of anything. Like, he just needs to throw his ring wild. He knows he's not. So he had to make up a fake.
He's happy with the FIFA Nobel.
I hate to say this, but I wake up every morning. The first thing I grab my phone is look at NBC for a headline that the old man had a heart attack. But man, it hasn't happened yet. And on that day, it'll be a good day. That's all I can say.
And that rhymed, and we appreciate your rhyme and your rhyming abilities, especially in this room.
Ice Cube remix.
It's true because they're rhymes.
So I missed the anal.
Don't mention it. You missed everything.
Anal bookends. That's what I was trying to say.
And I think that's
much better than
Vaginal in the middle, right in the middle.
12-year-olds, all of you, can't even have a serious conversation about.
You're the one who did it.
Hero.
I am the one who did it.
Hero, I got a question for you.
Did it.
Hero.
Okay.
What was in the middle? Hey, what was in the middle of the anal bookends? What was in between those anal bookends, Hero?
No, it was anal all the way through.
There was nothing in between the anal?
Doesn't make you say it. There was
Yeah.
there was that.
Meat of the conversation.
There was
What was the meat of the conversation between the?
okay, I have to say, anal caught my attention and I didn't really absorb the rest.
Oh wow.
God, I'm bad.
Wow.
I'm embarrassed, but that's the truth.
You're
There
bad,
was
but that's
definitely
More embarrassed than now.
there was definitely
you're bad, but this photo, this PTR, this Orion that I see,
Oh, you did
that
it
is
right.
freaking gorgeous.
I had to do a little
Oh, wow.
That is
a little
stunning.
Here,
Oh, you did do.
I wouldn't take that sitting down.
that is Mr. O'Reilly with his dog.
Thank you, hero.
I
And a lot
wouldn't
of
take that
stars.
sitting down here.
If you zoom in, everything is round. Have you seen it?
Speaking of round, what happened to flat Earth in 10?
Yeah, it's God, it's round.
So his work is done.
Yeah, so to say.
Speaking of work being done,
Back to
okay,
church.
okay.
But you did the talking, bro. I mean, we entertained everybody. Now it's your turn.
Oh yeah, I like it.
I thought your pushback today, bro, was particularly good.
Oh, okay. What was I pushing back on? On you?
Everything Benjamin ever said.
Benjamin, I think. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Oh, Benjamin.
Nice. I mean, that's light work, Benjamin. I thought it was on somebody else.
Like what?
You made it sound good.
Oh, he's awake? He haven't said anything, bro. You must have awakened him. But you're quiet. What's the matter?
Include me.
He probably should be sleeping is most likely the matter.
Yeah, I'm in bed now.
Anna Foley, remember that song? What's the matter, baby? Good song. Oh, and Anna Foley was the one who sang the real song, like from Paradise at the Dashboard Light from Meatloaf, and it was Anna Foley who sang, and not the woman who was on stage.
Crimson I got the Trump icon there going.
Crimsonite on stage. Welcome.
Trump looks like he's getting a little work below the belt there. Looks like he had a little anal bookend going.
Lord, help me. Why is that a thing now? Why?
But you were not done talking, right? Or did you? You named
Oh,
everything.
I'm good about the HPV vaccine. Apparently, the only thing anybody remembers from that lecture is
Yeah, because they only say anal, so yeah.
anal.
And they forgot about the rest. So.
Yeah, they have absolutely enough. But
I apologize for calling attention to the anal thing. It's a serious topic, which this is not a joking matter.
sorry, I could have talked about the anal sphincter. I could have talked about all sorts of things, but no. What, Benjamin?
Oh, sorry.
Oh. Well, that's a good job, hero. I like the picture. Thank you. You have really lots of stars in the sky. When I see your picture there, that's not what I see here. I see a bit around Orion, but not that much as you have in this picture.
Kito, where are you located again that you get such a beautiful night sky?
You know, apply some filters and some contrast and some stuff like that.
Yeah, to get it a little bit.
But you had to start with something that was decent. I forget. Can you give me a general response again? Are you in the Midwest?
Wait, what? No. Oh, come on.
I forget. You have to remind me if you're willing to. You don't have to. But I'm so jealous. I wish I could go outside right now and see the stars. It's probably one of my favorite things to do as
I
a
always find it weird on a social media app when it's audio where you say you don't have to. I mean, of course he doesn't have to. It's like,
Well, I mean, I think some people don't understand that specific statement. Obviously, you don't have to. You don't have to do anything. This isn't a court of law, and this definitely isn't my doctor's office or a hospital setting. So, for by all means, here we go, more about the ICE shooting. But some people want to make it about, oh, I have to. Why am I responding? All right, live updates. Newly released records detail chaos during fatal ICE shooting in Minneapolis. Reports from the city's police and fire departments show that Renee Good, who was killed by an ICE agent last week, was found with 2 gunshot wounds to her chest and 1 to her forearm. Thank you, because everybody has been saying there have been 3 shots to her head, and I'm like, where did you confirm that? And it bothered the goddamn Jesus out of me that everybody kept saying that, and I'm like, we have nothing about that. So 2 gunshot wounds to her chest and 1 to her forearm. Here's the latest. Newly released records from the Minneapolis police and fire departments detailed the chaotic moments that unfolded after a federal agent fatally shot Renee Good, who was found in her vehicle with 2 gunshot wounds to her chest and another to her forearm. The responders found Ms. Good not breathing and with an irregular pulse. When they arrived at her Honda SUV on January 7th, according to one of the reports, she also had a possible gunshot wound to the left side of her head. By the time, there could have been a grazing. By the time the workers took her out of her vehicle, she had no pulse and they performed CPR on her as she was rushed to a hospital, the report said. The details revealed in incident reports from the Minneapolis police and fire departments and 911 call logs obtained by the New York Times sketched out the shock and fear of the bystanders who frantically called for help after the agent from Immigration and Customs Enforcement opened fire. One of the calls was made by an ICE agent, the transcripts showed. The federal government has defended the ICE agent who shot Ms. Good, saying he acted in self-defense, etc., etc. I'm going to skip. The shooting set off a week of intense protests, prompting Governor Tim Walz to plead for peaceful demonstrations. At the same time, Walz and local officials called for the federal government to end its immigration crackdown in the city. On Wednesday evening, a separate shooting, we already know about this. Ms. Good was labeled a domestic terrorist by Trump aides, while Steve Miller described the protests as an insurgency. Oh, so now they can call it an insurrection? Sorry. Carolyn Levitt, the White House press secretary, said Mr. Trump's threats to invoke the Insurrection Act were a warning to Democrats. Here's what we're covering. Agents authority when a federal agent ordered Ms. Good to get out of her Honda Pilot, which legally obligated to comply. Experts said the answer is not so simple. While Ms. Good was compelled to follow a lawful order, it is not clear whether immigration agents on the scene were acting within their authority. Legal action. Lawyers representing the family of Ms. Good, a 37-year-old poet, said on Thursday that they anticipate taking legal action against the federal government and have asked officials preserve all possible evidence. They earlier announced that they would investigate Ms. Good's killing and described her as a mother of 3 and a person of faith. A second shooting, Julio Cesar Sosa Celis, who entered the United States in 2022, was taken into custody after being shot in the leg by a federal agent on Wednesday, along with 2 other men. Federal officials accused them of assaulting an agent with a shovel and a broom. A federal spokesperson said Mr. Sosa Celis was a Venezuelan national who was in the country illegally and resisting arrest. And that is the shortened version. I know that we all are following this specific story and we keep talking about it. So every time some notification pops up, I'll definitely let the room know.
We all know what happened. It's how they present it to us.
Oh yeah, no. Framing is everything.
Mother of three, you said. Wow.
Yeah, I guess I'm not really sure if it hits the radar. I know it globally has hit the radar,
I
obviously,
think so.
but
Yeah, should have the tires would have been better. She was
oh,
not
this
dead.
is only an hour. Okay.
What? ODA.
One of my trainings is only an hour long, so I'm gonna start this and sign in.
Why would they shoot her where they could shoot the tires of the car?
Well, I mean, that's the whole point, right? There's wait.
Yeah.
The only reminder that everyone hates America.
They don't hate America, they hate Trump. And Trump is America, but yeah, no.
Well, 50% of the people, bad idiots, for lack of a better word, voted for him. That's the fucked up thing, or close to it.
Mm-hmm.
Even 40%, man, makes us a fucking bad country, dude. That's a lot of fucking people that have fear and hate in their minds.
Yeah.
Okay, well, Gerald has put into the chat a couple of opinion polls that show us that yes, we hate America, stop coping. Well, I invite you up, by all means. 50% of the voters and a lot of people did not vote. I mean, no one's discounting the fact that America isn't being well received around the world. It's fine. Hi, Gerald.
No, I think you guys are chill. I think this room's actually chill. I'm just kind of, gotta poke the bear a bit, annoy the Americans a little bit. But this room I know is chill.
Are you Canadian?
Thanks.
You couldn't tell, Natasha. Definitely.
I mean, I like to verify, why not? Number one.
The only obvious thing he didn't say was sorry, but other than that.
Well, it's good to have you up on stage. Like, I just figured.
What part of Canada?
I just wasn't sure where you were from until I looked at your PTR. Hugo was offended. Okay, thanks, Hugo.
What part of Canada, Charles? East, west, central?
I'm from the central part of Montreal.
Montreal? Okay. The Frenchies. No, that's Quebec, right? Quebec.
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. I'm French.
No,
French speaking Canadian.
The only reason I say that, Gerald, is because I used to have Canadian pro cyclists come live with me in the winter years ago. And I had a 4-bedroom home and I'd have 2 guys from Ottawa and then 1 guy from Saskatchewan and then 1 guy from from Quebec, and they call him the Frenchie always, like behind his back. So it stuck with me. Anybody else from Quebec or Montreal they call Frenchies?
Yeah, no, that's the blue flag in my Kitover. And yes, we love our American neighbors very much. We're just a little bit mad.
Oh no, you don't have to. It's fine.
Okay, thank you.
I'd be mad at us too if I was Canadian and Trump kept saying we're gonna annex you or whatever. Like I get it. That's all right. It's a valid feeling.
Hey, Gerald, did you watch the Grand Prix de Montreal this year? Cycling race?
I knew it happened, but I didn't watch it. No.
You don't watch cycling, dude. It was like, is that like the biggest event you have every year? You have Formula One, don't you?
Hockey's
only one
event we had every year.
Well, that's like I'm talking like once a year event. Like Grand Prix de Montreal cycling race, I figured like everybody goes only once a year.
Yeah, it's big. I don't know the statistics, but yeah, it's big.
Hero, by the way, your Orion is much smaller than mine. My Orion here is like massive.
Personal.
I was really about to say, Miss Nancy, I don't know if we should be commenting on the size of Hito's Orion.
I've been assured the size doesn't matter, but
I don't know. I mean, for anybody who is very focused on anal bookends, I would be quite worried about sizing.
I did open myself up for that one, didn't I? I wasn't blame but myself.
I had to. I couldn't help it. Apologies to everyone else who wasn't in the room at the time.
Hey, Asha, you're
Anal Bookends is my favorite Simon and Garfunkel album.
You're a specialist in medicine, and do you think that Old Orange turd, or do you think they're giving him some kind of like something for like dementia or to increase his ability for his brain to function better? Do you think any of that's happening?
I wouldn't be surprised if it was. I mean, he has venous insufficiency, and that was obvious to anyone in the medical field. Just even people that just started their medical journeys, right? Like that.
Looks like CHF almost.
It's an indication of CHF, right?
Yeah.
So exactly, right? Like you're going through school, so you and I will have more conversations as we do it, right? So yeah, I mean, it's like one of the first things you learn. So it's like the emperor has no clothes. We all know. Like, I know that I should be putting myself in compression boots right now and going through this module and learning it, and I have to be up in the morning. Oh, gosh. I don't know. I should not have taken a nap this afternoon, but I really needed the nap. Now I'm up a little late.
This afternoon.
The snap this afternoon. Yeah, I don't know. Did I say that wrong?
No, because you're tired.
Hi.
You said it. That are all junk.
Hi, Christina. We have a new Christina person. Hello.
Christina,
Hi, guys.
I invited you because I thought you had something to say, so maybe better to stay on stage.
Oh, I was just in the chat saying I'm sure that he's getting whatever he needs to be keeping his eyelids open at this point.
Yeah, well. Honestly, sometimes I see 80-year-olds that are in the best shape of
Oh yeah.
I just sometimes I'm just shocked at some of the patients we have because they've taken care of themselves and they're aging so freaking well. Like the other day, there was like I don't want to say the other day, but like I've seen patients who are in their 70s and they are handsome, full of hair, silver fox men who are super active. Like they're not on like hormone replacement therapy. They don't take extra testosterone or anything. They've just really taken care of themselves as like lifelong athletes.
Well, I just want to say, are they gay?
I don't believe this man.
And I don't even mean
Not
it in
double
a
check.
offensive way, but they.
No. This, I mean, he was handsome. All right, like he was handsome.
Wow.
And yeah, I mean, there are male models who are still modeling at that age too, right?
Oh,
Like,
yeah.
I mean, we have some very handsome men.
Yeah.
But anyways, sorry.
Very handsome. So handsome. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We have so handsome. Yeah.
However,
I got the message. They're very handsome.
just like Crimsonite hair, you see how handsome his peak is.
Not yet. I haven't seen it.
No, look, he's got something
Yeah,
on there. Yeah.
It's not him.
I know, but that's okay.
But yeah, he's cute. Yeah.
John, do they have kids? The people. Okay, look, I was not in the chart long enough to be able to like verify his social tendencies or whether or not he was, into the same sex or anything. Like, I do not care to qualify any of it. I can acknowledge very handsome, very fit, very in shape man.
Please respect
very well.
HIPAA requirements.
Oh, I got you. That's fine. No names, no identifying factors, no other aspects of his, health and history. No, nothing. No history of present illness. No reason why he was one of our patients. Nope, got nothing.
Good. So this
But,
could have been me, right? That's what we're saying.
So, I mean, technically, if anybody really wanted to think about it, sure, why not? However, all of us definitely got back and we were like, did you see that man? That I can acknowledge. Almost feels like one of the ortho residents that I used to work with. That man was handsome. I think every girl just couldn't focus when he would show up for a consult. Every single, so what you see on Grey's Anatomy is very real.
Yeah.
Very, very.
Then all focus on that one guy.
He did not age well, though. I'm just gonna say.
Yeah.
Did not age well.
No.
He got bald and he has a pot belly. It was sad because he was
Still better than me. This is great. Keep going. Actually, I'm not bad.
Why are you asking these things, John? I did not examine that man's penis. He wants to come up and ask me about a corkscrew penis and do they have kids? Why would it matter if they have
We're
kids?
talking about that somebody's handsome. I don't care if he has kids or not.
I don't know, right? Like, what their hand is raised. I don't care to bring them up right now.
No.
Anyways, Christina, come on up and hang out with us. Tell us how you feel about the Trump crisis.
Go ahead.
Their health and raising kids. You can remain healthy and raise children.
No, nobody needs. When you have kids, you probably not age that well because you're stressed out because of the kids and that kind of things.
It all goes downhill. I can attest to that.
I cannot speak on that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, not me either. I do everything to make sure that I'm not getting pregnant.
Oh yeah, I did too.
What is the Trump crisis?
Totally understand it, John. Totally understand it. What is the Trump crisis? Who's asking?
Your handsome guy, the cute guy.
He had a cute guy for a second, but now he is the Crimson Plate.
That was the actor from
Yeah.
Shades of Grey.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So.
They when they did a social experiment to ask men and women to select the face and body of someone of their own sex that they believe the opposite sex would find most attractive. The women selected him as being the most attractive face, whereas men selected that soccer player. And gets married to the Spice Girl, as who they would have thought the women would have selected as the most ideal face. But that's just,
What happened?
Who is that?
Wait,
Oh, we
so,
lost.
what? Wait, so women
Put the picture
like
of the girl up.
girly men, and men like men. Wait, what's the lesson
Hmm?
here? David Beckham is the person you're referring to, I think. And
Oh, okay.
he is a sexy man. Like, what? Do you ladies not agree?
David Beckham is.
Where's the
It's
divide?
hot.
I'm confused.
He's incredibly hot. He's also incredibly short.
Well, that's a good thing.
Is he short? I didn't
The
know.
ball's on the ground, so
Yeah, he's
there's no,
short.
there's
He
no
can't be
advantage to being tall.
taller.
No, he's not a midget.
Bro likes to argue against this. He just left. I guess he went to bed. But damn it, should I go to bed or do I do this module? I'll do
Some
the
of you guys keep talking. You can do the module.
You probably won't
I'll
ever
do the module.
won't regret not going to bed. You'll probably regret not doing the module.
Yeah, I gotta do it. We're gonna get mad at me. All right, I'm gonna do it. Thanks, John. Appreciate you. All right, we'll bring him up. You guys, I'm bringing him up. I'm not gonna hang out for it.
Oh, no worries. Not that bad, man.
Senior mechanical design engineer in chip assembly at Intel. Ooh, he knows things.
Oh,
Okay.
Intel, yeah.
Tinker. He's a tinker. John,
What's
can
tinker?
you pretend? Yeah. Hi,
Tinker.
welcome.
Tinker.
I was just being cynical.
Oh, it's
No.
fine.
I was just saying when you have kids,
You age poorly.
I'm not saying that's the case. It's more about time.
Mhm.
I've been up since I live in Europe, but you get up at 5, and I just work straight for getting ready, breakfast, lunch, get up kids. My wife does get them ready. I do everything else, and then I go to work for 8 to 9 hours. Come home, dinner, sleep. Like there's no room for anything. It's just like I'm just saying, kids take
Yeah.
time.
Got
That's
it.
all I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
And stress.
Yeah, it's also.
Are you a tinker?
What's that?
John, are you a tinker?
Tinker, like a tinker from one of those Apple like books.
Tinker or a
No,
tinker?
a tinkerer means that tinkers with items. You guys, come on, reading comprehension. Benjamin is also a tinkerer. This is why
I
he's
mean, there's
excited.
the guy that pees in the corner, and there's the guy who does funny things. Like, so, the distinction matters.
You in there? Or twink? Is that it?
No,
When you say tinker, it's like uncle.
like
Tinky.
tinkle.
Help you with this, Asha.
Like hacker.
No. It's here I was thinking tinkle, and tinkle is to pee, and a tinkler, which he's
Tinkle is
disappear.
Yes. I
Disappear.
make things.
Somebody
we need
beats.
more tinkers. We need more tinkers. This
We
is a lot.
need more tinkers and tinkerers.
I might have got that wrong, but I would still prefer tinkerers.
If you make the thing, you
Tinker.
probably have something of design.
The question,
Is it a
next
tinker?
question is John a tailor? John, are you a
Taylor? I've worked for Nike before.
Wait, a tinker and a tailor? Is that
Tinker Taylor. So I look it up.
A Taylor Tinker.
are you a soldier?
No.
Are you a spy?
Jesus Christ.
Just check it. Just check it.
Are you a traitor?
Checking the boxes, that's all.
Oh my
It's
God.
just need the profile pic.
I think we're going off topic again. I was about to say.
Well, here's the
I mean, if you were a
important
spy,
thing,
you
John.
could not say, I'm not a spy. That's a rule.
That's a rule. Exactly. That's the first rule.
God, first rule is fine.
Be honest.
I mean, I work with
Not being
Well, John,
genuine.
we want to be very careful not to ask you where you're from or where your accent is from.
You said Europe.
It's American, but I
But the only questions remaining are you a tinker, a tailor, a soldier, a spy? And then we know enough about you that we could have a conversation.
A European Tinker. Spy.
I'm from the U.S. for sure.
You gotta look up Tinker. Tinker's a lost art. We gotta bring that back.
Yeah, you sound awake, Benjamin. You look it up and read for us what is Tinker.
Yeah, it's 6 in the morning.
For the record, I think I got Tinker wrong.
Yeah, me too. I'm more at your timeline, I guess, John.
Yeah. No, I don't mind sharing in the Netherlands.
Oh, you there?
Yeah.
Me too.
Oh, you Netherlands? Yeah, fine.
You're the second one I talked to.
Yeah. They're living in Groningen.
Oh, that's far away.
You're in Amsterdam or something?
I'm in North Brabant.
Tinker is somebody who travels from place to place
But that's
and mends
they have that in the
things,
Wheel of Time.
particularly utensils.
Read fantasy books.
Of course, it's like a renewal occupation. But I believe.
I didn't understand it. Can you repeat that? Is it Tinker who's travel a lot and then?
Just an itinerary. Yeah, they travel. And so they come
Are you breaking up a bit?
bring up.
Yeah, you're breaking up. I still don't understand it.
I think they're kind of like gypsies.
Like that. Okay.
Kind of. They travel place to place.
Yeah, I think that the question was, are you an expert?
Sharpen your scissors, for example, or sharpen your knives. Repair your pans.
I mean, I don't
work handles.
My bio is not up to date. I work for Philips.
Mm-hmm.
I design shavers.
But a tinker is essentially one who tinkers.
I just gotta say, gypsy is not, that term is not gonna go well here if there's any white women in the crowd. But
That's right. Roma.
Yeah.
There's any woke white women.
I have white friends from the Balkans, and they always refer to anyone who's basically not like basically white, and whatnot, as like they're like gypsies kind of thing, or like socioeconomically not there. So maybe I'm just taking after that.
And don't they pay tax?
Yeah.
Because they live in a home on wheels.
Exactly.
But they don't. Big bungalows on wheels, but they never travel with it. You cannot. But they still don't pay tax for it.
I think it sucks that I still pay tax in the U.S. It's always fun. The fun of being a U.S. citizen. You can never get out of paying taxes.
unless you live in Puerto Rico, apparently. But yeah.
Yeah, but they're not technically full citizens, but I'm not sure like they're fully citizens, or I don't know. It's weird.
No, so okay,
Yeah, I didn't know
heard
either.
this. So I had a neighbor who. Okay, this story ended tragically, but there's this whole thing about like I can move to Puerto Rico and I don't have to pay taxes, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure you have to pay taxes wherever you go.
Actually,
And,
Euro there.
and there's this, but there is a special case for Puerto Rico. I don't totally understand.
There is. Yes, you're correct. I'm Puerto Rican, and I looked into it to go back because I own property there. So yes, there is a I forget the form that you do, but there's a way that you do it, and you basically don't have to pay taxes, federal taxes again, but you do pay state taxes there, which are probably higher. That's so weird. It's backwards when you're a citizen. I used to live in Oregon. I left. I don't pay Oregon taxes, but I'm on the hook for federal tax. So it's backwards. To get you one way or the other.
Well, I didn't know that if you live in Puerto Rico that you don't pay federal tax.
Natives don't. Like if you're from there,
Oh.
but they did something. I don't know what it was for. It was originally to try and make Puerto Rico more desirable for people to go to again, because a lot of people are moving out. I don't remember the last 10 years or
Yeah.
had like an exodus of like 3 million people or something like that. Like 40% of the country is left to Florida. So in other places. But long story short, they made it lucrative for people that weren't from there to come over, and they do a certain form, and there's a certain thing they come under, and they don't have to pay federal taxes.
Oh.
But then they get charged some state taxes. But depending stuff and how much property bought, you could take away that.
Yeah, I have a collaborator who is from Puerto Rico, like born there, from there, and then she was living in New York for a while, and then she went back, I think like 3 or 4 years ago now, and she's been living there since. And she bought a place, but yeah, she said it was pretty fucked up.
Puerto Rico. I was born there and I was raised there until like I was probably about 15 or 16. It's a crap hole now. I won't go back.
Yeah, she said she was really struggling when there was some sort of storm or something, down.
Maria hurricane.
And she couldn't get any building supplies. Like
No.
she had damage and she couldn't
Puerto Rico
fix her house.
2 weeks. Everything in Puerto Rico. I lived there for 6 months in 2015. I left here. I closed my house down. I went down there. I lasted 6 months because everything there is 2 weeks. If your water main breaks or your electricity's out, it takes 3 months. So you need to know somebody in the system that you can grease so they can come quicker. Nothing happens like in 2 or 3 weeks with the cover. And that's being lucky. So it's weird. It's a shithole. There's a road that during the hurricane 2017 was torn up by Hurricane Maria, and I talked to my aunt on a weekly basis. And a couple of months ago, she told me that they had just fixed it. You've got 2025. They had just fixed it, or you can actually travel through it again.
It's kind of weird here, like in Europe, I've had at least another one. It's like a mixed bag. It's like certain things like maintenance. It's not bad, but it's not like U.S. Like U.S. like it's all hustle culture. It's almost like they'll literally come to you saying like I've been places where they see stuff, and I've had people knock on my door and they'll be like, hey. You need that fixed stuff fixed for you right now. And I'm like, no, like stuff like that. But then like here, it's like you hire someone and it might take a couple weeks, and then obviously everything, things aren't as like everything's very almost strict 9 to 5. Like, so people wait. Right now, there's no one in the street at all. Like 6, 7 o'clock, nothing. All of a sudden, it explodes at like around 8:30. Everyone goes to work. But the interesting thing is that on like the service side. Seemed like that, and then on the government side, at least in my experience, it's been way better. Like going to the DMV here, it was crazy. Like I went in and I said, "Hey, I need a license," and I got my license thing all set up. And within like a day, like in terms of like they said, "Hey, it's gonna take a while. You're a foreigner, blah blah blah." Like a day later, they called me and they're like, "Oh, we got yours done, but your wife, she forgot something. Why don't you just come back and fix it right now?" Because there was a typo on the form, and it's like in the U.S., at least where I was in Oregon, it's like. There's a typo on a form. They tell you like a month later that like, they mail you your license. They'll tell you like, you had a screw up. You have to resubmit it after a month. Not telling you. So it's weird. It's like the government here, at least for me anyway, is very efficient.
Where are you at?
Netherlands. I think the European thing is a general thing. It's like basically workers. It's pretty consistent. Like even at my job, like most people don't even like start. You don't even think about working until 9. They come in like before 9 with like maybe one person in the office. 9 o'clock things just like it's almost like lights flip on. People start working.
Don't they have like
before that?
Isn't it like at the time that you guys go home too, like literally on the hour and the lights flicker off? Everybody goes home.
Depends, but it's like a very strong culture of, if that makes sense. So it's like 5 o'clock rolls around, dude, everyone just starts getting up and leaving. Yeah. And it's just like, wait, we were in the middle of something. No, I gotta get home.
That's not what I lived in Germany for 8 years. If you showed up like with 1 minute left, they were like, no, we're closed. Sorry. The moment that they just closed the door on you.
They either do that or close early because they were just like, there's not enough people. Fuck it, we're gonna close early. They never stay late.
So in the U.S., so I had a funny experience because I worked at one of my kind of early in my career, I did software stuff. I was at a software company, and we were like, whatever. Like it was a great lifestyle, but when crunch time came, everybody was like super long hours, just really crazy. And then I switched to in kind of more like engineering. I went to like a mapping. I kind of switched industries, and it was a total different culture. Like I remember being at a 3:30 meeting, and it was like, we're behind, we gotta get this shit done, and like, oh god, it's 4 o'clock. Oh, okay, I'm gone, I gotta go. Like so, a I'm like, wait, what? You're going? You're leaving? Yeah. Well, I'll see you at 8. Like, so that the attitude was very different. It was more like, yeah, we need to get this done, but also we have hours. And in the software culture, it was more like, no, we gotta pound Red Bull, whatever. It was like we stay up, we do this crazy shit. So like within the U.S., in different industries, you have very different cultures. So
What was the age group you're dealing with?
well, actually, both those were similar age groups. There were older dudes, there were younger dudes, there were Indians, there were Americans, there were women, there were men. So it wasn't the demographics. I mean, it was a smaller. The engineering company was a much smaller company, but it was. I thought that it was interesting because I'm like, oh, this is more of like a industry. Like we weren't union or anything, but within engineering there is that culture of unions and stuff. So I kind of felt like we were tied into that like hourly workday thing, and it was just a bit of the culture. So it's like, yeah, we all agree we got to get shit done, but we'll have to reconvene in the morning. Which I kind of liked in a way. It's like clear boundaries. Like, good on you guys. Let's do this.
That's kind of nice.
Yeah, it is. No, it is. It
you kind of be like, hey, I got a life outside of work, man.
Well, it was nice, and it's also something that I've never like. Part of me, my mentality is still that older thing. It's like, well, I'm not done. I'm gonna go home and log in and do this shit. And I'm like, I gotta keep reminding myself in a way, like, you know what? Like you get in, you work, and you're done, and like leave that shit behind. And the engineers are really good at that, but the software folks were not. And that was just this weird kind of macho software tech culture, I think. But so, anyways, like in the U.S., I assume it's still that way in a way.
Oh,
it varies,
1,000% still like
industry to industry, it varies a lot.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, it's generally like that. I live in San Francisco, so it's like full of tech people.
Yeah.
So it's like that. But I work in film and documentary in particular, and the expectation is you're going to be working around the clock.
Or you live in
Sanford. Yeah, I did.
Did you see last night the Crew 11 capsule coming in?
No.
Apparently it came in around midnight, and it was like sweeping across the sky. A lot of people saw it, so I was wondering.
No, I don't go outside very much. Hence, because of the work thing. But yeah, no.
Yeah, film was no joke, man.
And there's just so many tech people here too. So and startup culture. So it's like work all the time.
If you're not gonna work, you're looking for work usually, or trying to find DC or something. I used to work there for several companies there, startup and non, and it's crazy.
Well, my PTR is I just took a few minutes ago. Is at a waterside park from the north, looking towards San Francisco. So yeah, you might be in that photo.
Oh, but you just took this photo, so you live here too?
Yeah, I live in Marin.
Oh, okay, pretty. I haven't been over to Marin in a long time.
I mean, it's nice here.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I have a car, so I could, but.
What? Cars? I haven't seen that much.
No, like people here, people who live in the city here don't have cars. Like some do, but
some people don't. Yeah, that always kind of struck me because San Francisco is not that much of a cosmopolitan town. It's kind of a small town actually.
Yeah, it actually is.
But I do know, I came across a few people who were like, oh, I have an apartment and I work over here. That's my thing. And I grew up in California, so cars were always like just an important part of my identity. So I get it if you're in Manhattan or something, but I'm like, really? Like San Francisco?
Well, you can get around here without a car pretty easily.
No, you totally can. I'm not there. They weren't wrong. But for me, it was a very like foreign concept. Like,
yeah.
But don't you want to go like Santa Cruz? mountains or up to Marin or out to like what do you do? And they're like, I get a zip code or whatever. And I'm like, to me that was like, why do you hate America? Like what
Honestly, I wouldn't. I only have a car because my parents are like, and I'm an adult, so I could say no, but they're like, how could you live without a car? What if something happens? And I'm like, I never drive the goddamn thing. I literally haven't driven it in like a month. It's sitting there. I'm like, fuck, dude. I don't want to drive.
Which is
Wow. That's so lucky.
Yeah, no, that's one of the things I love about living.
Where are you located? Can I ask? And no, you don't have to answer.
Yeah, no, I'm in San Francisco, and I'm like in the middle of the city. So the city's always.
I'm sorry.
First of all, I shouldn't have offended you asked that question. That was really aggressive.
I know. I didn't qualify it. I didn't say you don't have to answer, Hiro. I'm sorry.
That doesn't matter. And please don't try to pronounce my name in a culturally appropriate fashion. I have already culturally appropriate the name for myself. I'm a white male. I don't mean it in sorry. I can't continue. I'm offended for everybody. I'm offended on behalf of everybody who has been here and is here now and may come here in the future.
I know, I know. The burden of the entire world is on your shoulders. I understand.
I know. It really is. It really is. And if I start crying, you all need to be silent.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for enlightening me.
And I'm on the edge.
Teaching me. Okay. But I'm so sorry now, Christina. I'm asking you for a third time because you answered, which I would assume like a lot of people who are in New York definitely don't need a car. But where did you say?
I live in San Francisco.
San Francisco. Oh, really? No car necessary? There's so many hills.
Yeah, the hills, but it's the city's only 7 miles by 7 miles, and I live in like the literal middle. And so everything that I need is like within walking distance from me. My doctor, my dentist, my grocery store, everything.
She rides a bike almost everywhere. She goes and picks up her kids, and she doesn't use the car. She rides her bike, and they ride with her back or whatever.
Yep. Or like if I'm going somewhere, like going to a movie or whatever, first thing I'm thinking about is it going to be hard to park there? If it is, I'm just going to take an Uber because it's only like 2 miles or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
One of my closest friends, I was speaking about her earlier. She's an Olympian, and she was born and raised in San Francisco. She's actually a 3-time Olympian, but that's the friend who was going to go to Rio, and the family invited me, and Zika was an outbreak at that time. So we were speaking about that earlier today. Anyways, going to San Francisco the first time, I didn't realize how hilly those roads were, and I was like, oh well, this is great racing and training, and the park is lovely. I forget the name of it. I've raced there.
Golden Gate Park.
The Golden Gate Park is they held cross country nationals there, so I've been out there to run.
Yeah, it is cold.
And it's cold.
Yeah. In the summer.
You guys were really cold in July.
Yeah, that's the one bummer. Kenny Nationals is a good cold.
Actually, the Club Nationals was held there, I want to say 2015. No.
It's Kenny Nationals in high school for cross country.
Oh, you went to Kinney?
No, Kinney is the Kinney Nationals. The Kinney shoes, they sponsor the high school national cross country championships.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's unfortunately now there's 3 different nationals, 4 different nationals for high school students. You have you used to have Foot Locker for cross country, but now you have Nike Nationals, New Balance Nationals, the Adidas Nationals. You have the Hoka National. You have Under Armour. Every company now hosts the nationals. Huh?
Branded nationals.
Yeah, everything's branded, but also, for track and field and cross country, it just poses a problem because
back in the day, it used to be you really wanted to go to Nike. Like Nike would have these major national championships, and you would just go to Nike or you would go to Foot Locker, and that was your problem. You have to choose between Nike and Foot Locker. But now, students don't even get to head up against the best of the best, right? Like it's like a national championship, and you're choosing between 3 different ones, and you don't get to be against the same rivals because now they're even held on like the same weekends. So you have to choose which rivals you're choosing to race that you know what I'm saying?
We get it. It's all about the shoes. But if you're Golden Gate.
Well, you get some really great gear. Oh, okay. It's not a real sport running. I've heard that one before. Oh, disc golf.
Oh, Portland's.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Portland's super into it. For sure.
Whatever.
Outdoor sports. They're like the Bay. They're good.
Is that here in Oregon and Portland?
Disc golf is really big in the Midwest.
Okay.
Yeah, not anymore, but it was interesting.
Where you Portland held 2016 Indoor World Championships. I was there for that one. I worked medical team there.
Wait, indoor cross country?
Indoor track and field. So Shani won the 3K. No, she bronzed in the 3K that year. Matt. So Centro was our 1500 meter gold medalist for the Olympics in 2016, and for indoors he won both the mile and the 3K I think that year. So like all of us were out and about in Portland. Being out and about in Portland isn't like grand, but since Centro decided like he had a gold medal, like we all went out. It was fun. I couldn't believe I had fun like that outside of New York City. Like it was fun. It was really fun.
So is there no indoor cross country? I was kind of
No. Cross country is outdoors. Cross country is always outdoors. Cross country is literally the definition of nothing but mud and dirtiness and hills and hay bales and the best fun you could ever have in your life racing.
I was going to say, with Portland, all those names you mentioned, they all have headquarters in Portland. Like Hoka, what's called Adidas, Nike.
Yeah.
I used to work at Nike. You know, they had their main.
Oh, you said that earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Nike headquarters and the entire campus is out there, and the trails and like the wood chip trails, and I mean between University of Oregon and going there for track mecca stuff, Olympic trials and stuff, and then getting out to the Nike. Like I encourage everyone, get out there, get out to the Michael Johnson track because that track is in the middle of the woods and it's the coolest thing to run at ever.
Yeah, it's a really cool. Yeah, they have a trail that goes all around it. Like if you want to just trail run around the entire campus, it's a really pretty campus. But I liked working there because it was like I worked in like their innovation teams, and it was funny because we would just like at lunch, it's like, oh, we're gonna go like either to like freaking world class gyms, like they have a half Olympic pool and all that crap, and it's just like for a break. Or I like to play soccer or football. We call it global football.
And they have those little soccer fields.
Yeah. I would go out there and we'd play. I would get excluded though because it was not fun when there was a glut of ex-pro and semi-pro players.
Oh, I'm sure. And D1 players from University of Oregon who get a job there after graduation. Yeah.
You go to play, and they'd be like, they would assess you, and if you didn't meet their skills, which I did not, they'd be like, "Oh, you can play in those games, but you can't play in." I'm dead serious. It fucking sucks.
High school all over again. Yeah, athletes are obnoxious like that.
Those are lame. They're like, yeah.
Exactly. Well, they put their level was just so much like they were so fast. They were in stupid shape. They were like, even if I tried, I couldn't keep up with their stamina. So it's just like, fuck it, I'll play next with the other guys. And I was working on that equipment. That was my job. I was working on the shin guards and shoe stuff. And anyways, it was fun.
Anyways, JCC just put a link in there about the San Francisco road cycling. Christina, that's really cool though. I guess it's funny because I've been to San Francisco a couple of times, so I can appreciate where you are. The food was really good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. The weather, questionable.
Oh, I changed my PTR on purpose for you because the fur coat that I'm wearing in this one, I had to purchase in San Francisco in July because it was that cold.
Yeah.
Like I went to one of the thrift shops or consignments. Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta wear layers here.
It was terrible. I was so cold. I was so cold the whole time the first time I visited.
And it is like a deep cold here too.
James, I was super into road biking back in that era, and actually that was when I was at that software company, and some of us went.
That race was a leg breaker, man. That leg.
We watched, yeah.
Wait, did you race that?
I trained with some of the guys that came down from Canada, and they participated in it. But I never went to that race because it was a UCI event. I was a Category 1 amateur, but not.
What cat did they need to be
You had to be
in
UCI
order
pro.
to race?
I was not a UCI pro.
But it was cool to have to see like pros like in San Francisco. It was kind of exciting. And then we had the Tour de California that was a thing for. I don't know if that's
Tour of California. Tour of California still goes on, I think. Yeah.
It does. Oh, cool.
Tour of Redlands Classic. There's a lot of big road races.
I went and watched. We went out there and watched. Parked out, and like they all kind of, you're out there for like an hour, and you're like shoo. I'm like, okay, well that was it. Let's all go. But the crit racing is more fun to watch. They come by, they come by multiple times. But I was there. I was like, I went there once, and I think like George
Hincapie won the first one, but then Dion from Canada won like 4 in a row, or most of them in a row.
But they don't do that.
German, no, they. See, cycling's a bitch, right? So it's great. It attracts people for a little bit, but then the money isn't always there, so it loses interest. So it's hard to keep it going all the time.
Some of the rides I go on, just like recreational rides, I just think like, holy shit! Like there needs to be like a tour that goes through these roads, because like in the Marin Headlands and stuff, like on a sunny day.
Oh, Marin has a lot of good road races. Yeah.
Oh, it's freaking gorgeous, and like I often think like the world should see this, and then I'm like, no, they shouldn't. No, it sucks here.
Yeah, gravel racing is the next big thing. Gravel.
That is cute. I meant to say that.
Oh, thanks. He's laying on my leg right now.
Adorable. Okay. I started my module. I did not complete my module. I will probably wake up early enough to get to work early enough so I can sit out in the parking lot and complete my module. Or, there's literally like, it's such a weird connection. Like there's no, I get no service.
Wait, what kind of module is this? Is this like
It's the patient access module, stuff like all the patient information. And your EMR. So every clinic, every system is different. So of course, it's just been a long day, and I'm tired, and my pain hasn't gone away. So I am definitely going to bed. But I will be going to bed.
I love when the modules have like these scenarios where it's like, John was talking to Catherine, who overheard Juanita say, and it's like, what would you do in this situation? And like, I don't know, I think you should report her to HR, or I think you should just take notes and not do anything. And you're like, I don't know what to do, just do the dumbest, safest thing. And then they're like, you're wrong, you should have done this other thing. And, fuck.
I mean, they're frustrating, but it's to create familiarity with the EMR system as it is, so that you can, log patients properly. That being said, I probably should have done it earlier today, but I took a nap and I've been in pain. So I'm gonna take a nap. I mean, I'm not gonna take a nap. If anybody's still awake in here in 4 hours, feel free to yell at me to wake up. But we tend to keep the room open all the time. Benjamin, are you waking up, going to bed? What are you? I saw a little unmuting. I was just curious. That's all. And no big deal. We have new people here. Miss Nancy's probably sleeping and don't know where Elliot is, but Hero can keep them occupied, right, Hero?
I wish you would stop trying to pronounce my name correctly, but yes.
Wait, am I not sad? Am I not pronounce? How do I pronounce it?
Just hero.
How should I?
It's just in the widest way possible. That's all that matters.
Hero. Okay.
No, I appreciate it, but it's not. I have already culturally appropriated the name. I've already sinned on your behalf, so you don't have to try to make it right. But I appreciate the effort.
I just like it sometimes. That's all.
That's okay. I'm not offended by it.
I think it's funner. I know. I don't think a lot of us are offended very easily here.
Funner.
Yeah, I said that on purpose. It's funner.
That I thought was awesome.
Okay. Good night, friends. Sorry, Michaela, I need to go to bed, but I hope you're having a nice day. Okay. Good evening.
JCC, do you still ride bikes these days?
No, I don't. I still want to, but my motivation has really declined drastically. It was like, seriously, 6 years ago, I was riding 2 hours a day and feeling great. Now, 2 hours a day is like a fucking drop in the bucket for what I used to do. But now I've gotten fat and complacent. Just walk a bit here and there, but I want to kick it in the ass again and get back fit because I miss being that level of fitness. It was such a great feeling.
Yeah, I don't often, but I do it. I mean, occasionally I do it. Every single time I get on a bike, I think this is so fun. Why don't I do this more often?
Makes you go wow.
It's just the pure joy of being on a bike. It's just so fun. It's like the coolest thing you can do. And even when I'm doing boring stuff, just like road biking down the road, like it's just fun. And I've been doing a little. So one of my resolutions.
Well, you got that gravel bike. That's awesome.
Yeah. That is a cool bike. That was an acquisition last year as a used bike. It's cool. And but it's nice. I'm a big fan of disc brakes on a road bike, and that's kind of my previous bike was just a simple steel. Whatever. It's a nice upgrade, and I like it. I like just going for little road bikes, but I just don't do it enough. I get lazy, and it seems like a big chore, and I have this tendency to do like, I haven't gone for 3 months, but I'm going to go do a 40-mile ride this weekend, and then I come home and I'm wrecked. So what I'm really trying to do is just go for little rides. So right where I live, there's a little glorious 9.5, like just less than 10-mile loop I can do. That's just along the water. It's pretty. People come from all over the Bay Area to do this ride. And
traffic is minimal.
Yeah, I should just do this. I should do this 3 or 4 times a week and forget about the big rides, and that would be way better for me. So I'm trying to do that, and I've done it a couple times, but it's hard to get it into the schedule into the day. But that's my goal. More short rides rather than fewer long rides.
Yeah, my long rides were just because I was a competitive cyclist, so I had to get in the miles, the time on the saddle to compete with all the greyhounds I raced against.
I did a cool ride. About 4 times now. Kind of a Serpent Bay ride where the Richmond Bay, the Richmond Bridge was open for cycling. They opened it just a few years ago with a cycling lane, and you can go across that bridge. And basically, go all the way around the bay. Like I can leave my house, go all the way around the bay, go across the Richmond Bridge, go across the Bay Bridge, go through San Francisco, across the Golden Gate Bridge, back through Marin, back to my house, and that's like a 60-mile ride. And actually, you can only go across the eastern span of the Bay Bridge to get from Treasure Island to San Francisco, you had to take a ferry. But that was part of the fun. You had to get on a ferry for 5 minutes, and and I did. I love doing shit like that.
That sounds fun. Yeah.
The entire ride is like a beautiful view of the bay, and it's just great. So I did that a few times, but they just there were a lot of complaints about the bike lane being open on the Richmond Bridge, so they closed it now. It's only open on the weekends because motorists and their commutes and whatever. They have a legit complaint, I guess. But. If I did that right, I'd be wrecked. I would long recovery time. I'd be totally complaining.
Yeah, you got to build up to get your. I used to train, 6 hours and work a night shift and do it all over again the next day. So it becomes like your level of fitness is, if you maintain it, it's not a big deal. But when you let it go, it becomes a big problem. So yeah, my goal is I want to get rid of a lot of the bikes I have in my stable and get a gravel bike and keep my 2.9er single speed.
I do feel like with biking, when I get on a bike, like I could be not on a bike for a couple months and I get back on, I'm like, shit. But once I start riding it, I feel like I can get back to my not my peak, but my kind of status.
Yeah, muscle memory. It comes back.
Yeah, like pretty like with biking, I can do that more than any other thing. There's a bunch of other stuff I do.
Swimming too as well. Like I still have my stroke, right? I don't have the fitness, but I got the technique down. It takes me a couple of days in the pool, and I can.
I feel like I need like a month in the pool to get back into swimming laps. But I like swimming. My problem is I get into one thing, and then that's what I do for a couple months, and then what I really need to go do is like go for a swim on a Monday and go for a ride on a Tuesday and go to but I get kind of obsessed with so I'm like right now I'm kind of into road biking. I haven't touched my mountain bike in a couple months, and then I'll get sick of it and I'll pull out my mountain bike and I'll do some mountain biking. And then I actually haven't swum in quite a while, but when I get back into swimming, I'll do that for a while. And what I really need to do is do all those things all at once. Just do like swimming once a week and road biking once a week and a mountain bike ride twice or whatever it is. But I'm not good at that.
Life goes on.
Not that I can afford it. Not that I can actually have time to do like 4 or 5 different things, week. But maybe that's part of the problem. I can really only get away for like once or twice a week, and when I do, I don't know.
You do too much.
I kind of focus on that. Good dog.
You're still walking your dog? You're out for hours now.
Actually, the previous walk, I wasn't walking the dogs. I was just walking. I came home and I'm like, why am I not? My wife's on call tonight, so like I already made dinner, and I could either like watch a TV show or something, or I could just go for another walk and bring the dogs out. So I'm in this great little spot where like I'm sitting on the water, sitting on the dock of the bay. No dock, just I'm sitting on the edge of the land looking at the bay, and It was in San Francisco. I'm looking at Sutro Tower. I'm looking from the north across the bay to San Francisco, and it's a beautiful night. It's dazzling out. I can see Sausalito, and straight ahead and off to the left, I see the city front. I can see Sutro Tower, and I can see. I could see the. I can see the Golden Gate Bridge Towers just looming over the hills a bit. That'd be a good picture.
Yeah, like a night sky with lights on.
All right, PTR for a little photo. If you're clever enough, that's accurate enough to call it a drone stroke.
That's a good pic, dude.
Yeah, there's a few.
So there's the one before that too, the tree with the city in the background. That's kick-ass too. But that one's really cool.
Oh yeah. Oh, you really did great over there.
That tree, I love that tree. I call that my broccoli tree because it looks like a big.
Oh yeah. And above it is the Orion. I see. Yeah, the Orion upside down.
Wait, what?
Yeah, wait, what? Yeah, indeed. Let me see.
What's upside down?
The Orion looks a little bit. Let me see.
Oh, above the tree.
Wait,
compared to me, yeah.
My broccoli shop?
Where's the other one?
My broccoli shop.
Broccoli shop.
Yeah.
Oh, Tora was here for just a second. I tried to get her up here. I thought we should have a fellow mod squatter.
Who is that?
Cora.
Oh.
Cora is eminently reasonable.
Is it a human?
Cora. Yeah.
I know it is.
Well,
I got a picture of Kara.
She's a good person. Kara Orange?
Mexican eagle.
Oh. I got that one wrong.
Squirrel.
Wait, does the eagle have the squirrel?
No.
Oh,
Although
cool.
in these series of photos I have where I walk my Phoenix on the trails, I witnessed a red hawk dive bomb and fly out with a squirrel in its talons. But now this picture of the squirrel, he was right. I was doing something and it was like looking at me. I'm like, hey, what up, dude? He didn't run away.
He ran away? Flew away?
No, he let me take pictures of him. He was sitting right there in the trees, fucking just chilling. Yeah, the squirrels are fuck with my dog. They come down on the ground level and they run to the tree and don't go up all the way, and then they go around the tree. My dog chases around the tree. It's funny.
It is.
I'm like, yeah, wear his ass out.
We have this great fence in our backyard. I can kind of see through the windows from the living room. And just this morning, like my dogs were looking at me, and I'm like, and there was a squirrel, like, ba-dink, 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 like on the fence, like literally right. I'm like, do you guys see that? And every time I was trying to get the dogs to look at this, and they were looking at me. I'm like, no, behind you. So dogs like don't really. Well, I guess some dogs.
I know what you mean.
My dogs don't like. No, behind you, and I'm pointing, and they were just like every time I pointed, they were just looking at me like, what? What is it? What? And I'm like, no, behind. Are you not seeing this? Turn around. Like you really want to. I know you want to see the squirrel. Like you would get very excited, but it didn't. And, we don't have a lot of squirrels around us actually. We have a lot of birds of prey. We have owls and we have.
That's why not
hawks and
squirrels.
stuff. So yeah, there's not a lot of squirrels actually, but there are a couple, and they're discreet. That's why they're still around. But when my dogs see them, they're very excited. But they
definitely don't see them because they're not your dogs.
Catch on, right? Yeah.
Just stay away. We had squirrels here, like I think brother and a sister or something, chasing each other, playing with each other. It's so nice, so cute. But I haven't seen them for 2 years now. So.
Yeah, we have an abundance of them here. I can sit in my backyard sipping on coffee and get entertained for hours.
Yeah, I can imagine it. There's that one guy on YouTube. He makes videos about squirrels. So he made a platform in his garden, sort of platform for birds, and with food and everything. And then he's just filming them, and he really did great things, natural things. But when you see the squirrels, you go like, wow, it's animated or something. But he just catch the moment, that they do something or in a certain position, and it's beautiful. That's all.
They're really funny animals. They're super smart.
Yeah.
They can solve complex problems and stuff. And, I know. I like. We had before we lived here. We lived in Berkeley, East Bay, and it was really, really green there. Our backyard was just like lush, and it's tiny, but it was just super lush. And the previous owners of the house had like a bird feeder kind of a thing.
Yeah.
But it was a squirrel feeder. And it was so they had it full of like sesame seeds and like that kind of. So we would buy the same stuff and fill it up. And the squirrel, the resident squirrel, would get on that thing and eat these sesame seeds and other things. And this squirrel had the most luxurious, glorious coat. It was like shiny, and it was just like beautiful. And it just got to eat like oily seeds all day. It was the happiest thing. And it was big too, bushy tail. Like it was the healthiest looking squirrel ever, I think. And it was. I take credit for that personally. It was just this. It was this wonderful specimen of a squirrel. I've never seen anything like it before. Shiny. And his belly was like white, and it had like gray on the side and the stripes down the back. And most squirrels I see are a little raggy, like they kind of have to work for a living. But this squirrel was like it got the full treatment. Wow. Treatment. It was great.
And good food.
No, it ate the best stuff constantly and fought the other squirrel. Kind of an asshole squirrel, like it didn't let any other squirrels near that feeder. But
Oh, you mean
the results were apparent. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, that has an Instagram too, I guess. And I don't know how I came on that. And I thought it was like show pictures, but it was just him making beautiful. So when it's Christmas, he decorates it with like snow things, and then the squirrels there, and they do things like laying on their back. But it's maybe just 1 second, but he just got the moment, and then it looks so like, wow, he's just relaxing the squirrel. Yeah, that's really good.